Okay, it looks like now we are live on YouTube. So let us begin. Hi, my name is Paul Sugarman. This is the Instant Shakespeare Company, and today we're very excited to be reading the tragedy of Hamlet, the first folio version. And our playmaster is Derek Tarson, so I will turn it over to you, Derek, to introduce us and get it started.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Welcome everyone to Hamlet, the first time I'm playmastering this show, and we have a very interesting lineup here due to a last-minute casting problem. We have 3 actors playing Hamlet, so hopefully this will be remembered as, oh, remember that one where we had 3 Hamlets and not, oh, remember that one where we had 3 Hamlets. But with that, I would just like to have everyone introduce themselves and the parts that they're playing, and then turn off your cameras, and then we'll begin. So my name is Derek Tarson. I'm the playmaster, and I am going to be reading the ghost of Hamlet's father, hold on a second, the first player, the gravedigger, clown, Voltimand, messenger, sailor, and Fortinbras. Paula.
I'm Paula Hosa, and I'm playing Queen Gertrude.
Julie.
Hi, I'm Julie Kirshner. I'm playing Francisco Laertes and Hamlet number 2.
Michael Gardner, I'm playing Claudius. I just want to say an announcement because I got something to do and I want to get off real fast. Okay.
I'm Tony Scheinman. I'm the 3rd Hamlet in our production today. I'm also playing the roles of Marcellus, Reynaldo, the English ambassador, and, believe it or not, the player queen.
Amelia.
Hi, I'm Amelia Bell, and I'm playing Ophelia.
Angus.
Angus Hepburn from London, reading Polonius.
Okay. And Sheila?
Sheila, and I am playing, I'm playing Horatio.
Okay. Anton?
I'm Anton. I'll be playing Hamlet 1, Guildenstern, and the second clown.
Great. And Marin?
Hi, I'm Marin Sugarman. I'll be playing Bernardo Rosencrantz, the poisoner, who's Lucianus, the player for gentleman, captain, servant, priest, and Osric.
Excellent. All right. So with that, the tragedy of Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, Act 1, Scene 1, enter Bernardo and Francisco, 2 sentinels.
Who's there?
Nay, answer me. Stand and unfold yourself.
Long live the king.
Bernardo?
He?
You come most carefully upon your hour.
'Tis now struck 12. Get thee to bed, Francisco. For this relief, much thanks. 'Tis bitter cold, and I am sick at heart. Oh, sorry. Get thee to bed, Francisco.
Oh, for this relief, much thanks. 'Tis bitter cold, and I am sick at heart.
Have you had a quiet guard?
Not a mouse stirring.
Well, good night. If you do meet Horatio and Marcellus, the rivals of my watch, bid them make haste.
Enter Horatio and Marcellus.
I think I hear them. Stand! Who's there?
Friends to this ground.
And liegemen to the Dane.
Good night.
Oh, farewell, honest soldier. Who hath relieved you?
Bernardo has my place. Give you good night.
Aloha, Bernardo.
Hey, what? Is Horatio there?
A piece of him.
Welcome, Horatio. Welcome, good Marcellus.
What? Has this thing appeared again tonight?
I have seen nothing.
Horatio says 'tis but our fantasy, and will not let belief take hold of him, touching this dreaded sight twice seen of us. Therefore I have entreated him along with us to watch the minutes of this night, that if again this apparition come, he may approve our eyes and speak to it.
Tush, will not appear.
Oh, I have seen, sorry. Sit down a while. And let us once again assail your ears that are so fortified against our story, that we 2 nights have seen.
Well, sit we down and let us hear Bernardo speak of this.
Last night of all, when yon same star that's westward from the pole had made his course to illumine that part of heaven where now it burns, Marcellus and myself, the bell then beating one.
Peace! Break thee off! Look, where it comes again!
Look, in the same figure like the king that's dead.
Thou art a scholar. Speak to it, Horatio.
Looks it not like the king? Mark it, Horatio.
Most like. It harrows me with fear and wonder.
It would be spoke to.
Question it, Horatio.
What art thou that usurpest this time of night, together with that fair and warlike form in which the majesty of buried Denmark did sometimes march? By heaven, I charge thee, speak.
It is offended.
See, it stalks away.
Say, speak. Speak, I charge thee, speak.
'Tis gone, and will not answer.
How now, Horatio? You tremble and look pale. Is not this something more than fantasy? What think you want?
Before my God, I might not believe this without the sensible and true avouch of my own eyes.
Is it not like the king?
As thou art to thyself. Such was the very armor he had on when he the ambitious Norway combated. So frowned he once when in an angry parle he smote the sledded Pollux on the ice. 'Tis strange.
Thus, twice before, and just at this dead hour, with martial stalk hath he gone by our watch.
In what particular thought to work, I know not, but in the gross and scope of my opinion, this bodes some strange eruption to our state.
Good now, sit down, and tell me, he that knows, why this same strict and most observant watch so nightly toils the subject of the land, and why such daily cast of brazen cannon and foreign mart for implements of war? Why such impressive shipwrights, whose sore task does not divide the Sunday from the week? What might be toward that this weary haste doth make the night joint laborer with the day? Who is that can inform me?
That can I. At least the whisper goes so. Our last king, whose image even but now appeared to us, was, as you know, by Fortinbras of Norway, thereto pricked on by a most emulate pride, spared to the combat, in which our valiant Hamlet, for this side of our known world esteemed him, did slay Fortinbras, who by a sealed compact, well ratified by law and heraldry, did forfeit with his life all those his lands which he stood seized of to the conqueror, against the which a moiety competent was gauged by our king, which had returned to the inheritance of Fortinbras, had he been vanquisher, as by the same covenant and carriage of the article designed, his fell to Hamlet. Now, sir, young Fortinbras of unimproved metal, hot and full, hath in the skirts of Norway here and there sharked up a list of landless resolutes for food and diet to some enterprise that hath a stomach in't, which is no other, and doth well appear unto our state, but to recover of us by strong hand and terms compulsative those foresaid lands so by his father lost. And this, I take it, is the main motive of our preparations, the source of this, our watch, and the chief head of this post-haste and roamage in the land. But soft, behold, lo, where it comes again, I'll cross it, though it blast me. Stay, illusion. If thou hast any sound or use of voice, speak to me. If there be any good thing to be done that may to thee do ease and grace to me, speak to me. If thou art privy to thy country's fate, which haply foreknowing may avoid, oh, speak. Or, if thou hast uphoarded in thy life extorted treasure in the womb of earth, for which they say your spirits often walk in death, speak of it. Stay and speak. Stop it, Marcellus.
Shall I strike at it with my partisan?
Well, do, if it will not stand.
'Tis here.
'Tis here.
'Tis gone. We do it wrong, being so majestical to offer it this show of violence. For it is as the air invulnerable, and our vain blows malicious mockery.
It was about to speak when the cock crew.
And then it started like a guilty thing upon a fearful summons. I've heard the cock that is the trumpet of the day doth with his lofty and shrill sounding throat awake the god of day, and at his warning, whether in sea or fire, in earth or air, the extravagant and erring spirit hies to his confine. The truth herein, this present object made probation.
It faded on the crowing of the cock. Some say that ever against that season comes wherein our Saviour's birth is celebrated. The bird of dawning singeth all night long. And then they say no spirit can walk abroad. The nights are wholesome. Then no planets strike, no fairy takes, no witch hath power to charm. So hallowed and so gracious is the time.
So have I heard, and do in part believe it. But look, the morn in russet mantle clad walks o'er the dew of yon high eastern hill. Break we our watch up, and by my advice let us impart what we have seen tonight unto young Hamlet. For upon my life this spirit dumb to us will speak to him. Do you consent we shall acquit him with it as needful in our loves, fitting our duty?
Let's do it, I pray. And I this morning know where we shall find him most conveniently.
Secunda. Enter Claudius, King of Denmark, Gertrude the Queen, Hamlet, Polonius, Laertes, and his sister Ophelia, Lord's attendant.
O yet of Hamlet, our dear brother's death, the memory be green, and that it is us befitted to bear our hearts in grief, and our whole kingdom to be contracted in one brow of woe. Yet so far hath discretion fought with nature, that we with wisest sorrow think on him together with remembrance of ourselves. Therefore, our sometimes sister, now our queen, the imperial jointress of this warlike state, have we, as 'twere with a defeated joy, with one auspicious and one dropping eye, with mirth and funeral, and with dirge and marriage, in equal scale, weighing delight and dole, taken to wife. Nor have we herein barred your better wisdoms, which have freely gone with this affair along, for all our thanks. Now follows that you know young Fortinbras, holding a weak supposal of our worth, or thinking by our late dear brother's death our state to be disjoint and out of frame, colleagued with the dream of his advantage. He has not failed to pester us with messages importing the surrender of those lands lost by his father, with all bonds of law, to our most valiant brother. So much for him. Now for
Cornelius.
Now for ourselves, and for this time of meeting, this much the business is. We have here writ to Norway, uncle of young Fortinbras, who, impotent and bedrid, scarcely hears of this his nephew's purpose to suppress his further gait herein. In that the levies, the lists, and full proportions are all made out of his subject, and we here dispatch you, good Cornelius, and you, Voltimand, for bearing this greeting to old Norway, giving to you no further personal power to business with the king, more than the scope of these delated articles allow. Farewell, and let your haste commend your duty.
In that, in all things, we will show our duty.
We doubted nothing. Heartily farewell. And now, Laertes, what's the news with you? You told us of some sweet. What is it, Laertes? You cannot speak of reason to the Dane and lose your voice. What wouldst thou beg, Laertes? That shall not be my offer, not thy asking. The head is not more native to the heart, the hand more instrumental to the mouth, and is this the throne of Denmark to thy father? What wouldst thou have, Laertes?
Dread my lord, your leave and favor to return to France, from whence, though willingly I came to Denmark to show my duty in your coronation, yet now I must confess that duty done, my thoughts and wishes bend again towards France, and bow them to your gracious leave and pardon.
Have you your father's leave? What says Polonius?
Oh, he has, my lord. I do beseech you, give him leave to go.
Take thy fair hour, Laertes. Time be thine, and thy best graces spended at thy will. And now, my cousin Hamlet, and my son.
Little more than kin and less than kind.
How is it that the clouds still hang on you?
Not so, my lord. I am too much in the sun.
Oh, good Hamlet, cast thy knightly colour off, and let thine eye look like a friend on Denmark. Do not forever with thy veiled lids seek for thy noble father in the dust. Thou know'st 'tis common that all that lives must die, passing through nature to eternity.
Aye, madam, it is common.
If it be, why seems it so particular with thee?
It seems, madam, nay, it is. I know not seems. 'Tis not alone my inky cloak, good mother, nor customary sweets of solemn black, nor windy suspiration of forced breath, nor the fruitful river in the eye, nor a dejected heavier of the visage, together with all forms, moods, shows of grief that can denote me truly. These indeed seem, for they are actions that a man might play. But I have that within which passive show, these but the trappings and the sweets of woe.
'Tis sweet and commendable in your nature, Hamlet, to give these mourning duties to your father. But you must know, your father lost a father. That father lost his, and the survivor bound in filial obligation for some term to do obsequious sorrow. But to persevere in obstinate condolement is a course of impious stubbornness. 'Tis a manly grief. It shows a will most incorrect to heaven, a heart unfortified, a mind impatient, an understanding simple and unschooled. What we must know must be, and is as common as any the most vulgar thing to sense. Why should we in our peevish opposition take it to heart? Fie, 'tis a fault to heaven, a fault against the dead, a fault to nature, to reason most absurd, whose common theme is death of fathers, and who still hath cried from the first course till he that died today, this must be so. We pray you, throw to earth this unprevailing woe, and think of us as a father. For let the world take note, you are the most immediate to our throne, and with no less nobility of love than that which dearest father bears his son. Do I impart towards you? For your intent in going back to school in Wittenberg, it is most retrograde to our desire, as we beseech you, bend you to remain here in the cheer and comfort of our eye, our chiefest cousin, and our son.
Let not thy mother lose her prayers, Hamlet. I prithee stay with us, go not to Wittenberg.
I shall in all my best obey you, madam.
'Tis a loving and a fair reply. Be as ourself in Denmark. Madam, come. This gentle and unforced accord of Hamlet sits smiling to my heart. In grace whereof no jocund health that Denmark drinks today, but in the great cannon to the clouds shall tell. And the kings rouse the heavens shall bruit again, respeaking earthly thunder. Come away.
Exeunt.
Oh, that this too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew, or that the everlasting had not fixed his cannon against self-slaughter. Oh God, how weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable seem to me all the uses of this world. Fie on't! Oh, fie, 'tis an unweeded garden that grows to seed. Things rank and gross in nature possess it merely, that it should come to this, but 2 months dead. Nay, so much not to, so excellent a king that was to this, Hipparion to a satyr, so loving to my mother, that he might not between the winds of heaven visit her face too roughly. Heaven and earth must I remember, why she would hang on him, as if increase of appetite had grown by what it fed on, and yet within a month. Let me not think on't. Frailty, thy name is woman. A little month ere these shoes were old, with which she followed my poor father's body like Niobe, all tears. Why, she, even she, oh heaven, a beast that wants discourse of reason would have mourned longer, buried with mine uncle, my father's brother, but no more like my father than I to Hercules. Within a month, ere yet the salt of most unrighteous tears had left the flushing of her galled eyes, she married, O most wicked speed, to post of such dexterity to incestuous sheets. It is not, nor it cannot come to good, but break my heart, for I must hold my tongue.
Enter Horatio, Barnard, and Marcellus.
Hail to your lordship.
I am glad to see you well, Horatio, or I do forget myself.
The same, my lord, and your poor servant ever.
Sir, my good friend, I'll change that name with you. And what make you from Wittenberg, Horatio?
My good lord.
I am very glad to see you. Good even, sir. But what in faith make you from Wittenberg?
A truant disposition, good my lord.
I would not have your enemies say so, nor shall I do mine ear that violence to make a truster of your own report against yourself. I know you are no truant, but what is your felon Elsinore? We'll teach you to drink deeper ere you depart.
My lord, I came to see your father's funeral.
I pray you do not mock me, fellow student. I think it was to see my mother's wedding.
Indeed, my lord, it followed hard upon.
Thrift, Horatio, the funeral baked meats did coldly furnish forth the marriage tables, but I had met my dearest foe in heaven, ere I had ever seen that day, Horatio. My father, methinks I see my father.
Oh, where, my lord?
In my mind's eye, Horatio.
I saw him once. He was a goodly king.
He was a man, take him for all in all. I shall not look upon his like again.
My lord, I think I saw him yesternight.
Saw? Who?
My lord, the king, your father.
The king, my father?
Season your admiration for a while with an attent ear, till I may deliver upon the witness of these gentlemen this marvel to you.
For heaven's love, let me hear.
2 nights together had these gentlemen, Marcellus and Bernardo, on their watch in the dead waste and middle of the night, been thus encountered. a figure like your father, armed at all points exactly, capa pay, appears before them, and with solemn march goes slow and stately by them. Thrice he walked by their oppressed and fear surprised eyes within his truncheon's length, whilst they, bestilled almost to jelly with the act of fear, stand dumb and speak not to him. This to me in dreadful secrecy impart they did, and I with them the third night kept the watch, whereas they had delivered both in time form of the thing, each word made true and good. The apparition comes. I knew your father, these hands are not more like.
But where was this?
My lord, upon the platform where we watched.
Did you not speak to it?
My lord, I did, but answer made it none. Yet once methought it lifted up its head and did address itself to motion like as it would speak. But even then the morning cock crew loud, and at the sound it shrunk in haste away and vanished from our sight.
'Tis very strange.
As I do live, my honored lord, 'tis true. And we did think it writ down in our duty to let you know of it.
Indeed, indeed, sirs, but this troubles me. Hold you the watch tonight?
We do, my lord.
We do, my lord.
Armed, say you?
Armed, my lord.
Armed, my lord.
From top to toe?
My lord, from head to foot.
Head to foot.
Then saw you not his face?
Oh, yes, my lord, he wore his beaver up.
What, looked he frowningly?
Countenance more in sorrow than in anger.
Pale or red?
Nay, very pale.
And fixed his eyes upon you?
Most constantly.
I would I had been there.
It would have much amazed you.
Very like, very like. Stayed it long?
While one with moderate haste might tell 100.
Longer.
Longer.
And not when I saw it.
His beard was gristly, no?
It was, as I have seen it in his life, a sable silvered.
I'll watch tonight. Perhaps 'twill wake again.
I warrant you it will.
If it assume my noble father's person, I'll speak to it. Though hell itself should gape and bid me hold my peace. I pray you all, if you have hitherto concealed this sight, let it be treble in your silence still. And whatsoever else shall hap tonight, give it an understanding but no tongue. I will requite your love, so fare you well. Upon the platform twixt 11 and 12, I'll visit you.
Our duty to your
Our
honor.
duty to your honor.
Your love is mine to you, farewell. My father's spirit in arms hall is not well. I doubt some foul play would the night were come. Till then sit still my soul, foul deeds will rise, though all be worth o'erwhelm them to men's eyes.
Exit. Scena tertia. Enter Laertes and Ophelia.
My necessaries are embarked. Farewell. And sister, as the winds give benefit and convoy is assistant, do not sleep, but let me hear from you.
Do you doubt that?
For Hamlet and the trifling of his favors, hold it a fashion and a toy in blood, a violet in the youth of priming nature, froward, not permanent, sweet, not lasting, the suppliance of a minute, no more.
No more but so.
Think it no more. For nature crescent does not grow alone and fuse in bulk, but as his temple waxes, the inward service of the mind and soul grows wide withal. Perhaps he loves you now, and now no soil nor coddle doth disperse the virtue of his fear. But you must fear his greatness weighed. His will is not his own, for he himself is subject to his birth. he may not, as unvalued persons do, carve for himself. For on his choice depends the sanctity and health of the whole state. And therefore must his choice be circumscribed unto the voice and yielding of that body whereof he is the head. Then if he says he loves you, it fits your wisdom to fare so far to believe it, as he in his peculiar sect and force may give his saying deed, which is no further than the main voice of Denmark goes withal. Then weigh what loss your honor may sustain, if with too credent ear you list his songs, or lose your heart, or your chaste treasure open to his unmastered importunity. Fear it, Ophelia. Fear it, my dear sister, and keep within the rear of your affection, out of the shot and danger of desire. The chariest maid is prodigal enough if she unmask her beauty to the moon. Virtue itself scapes not calumnious strokes. The canker galls, the infants of the spring too oft before the buttons be disclosed, and in the more and liquid dew of youth, contagious blasphemous are most imminent. Be wary then. Best safety lies in fear. Youth to itself rebels, though none else near.
I shall the effect of this good lesson keep, as watchman to my heart. But good my brother, do not as some ungracious pastors do, show me the steep and thorny way to heaven, whilst like a puffed and reckless libertine himself, the primrose path of dalliance treads, and reeks not his own reed.
Oh, fear me not. Oh, I stayed too long. Here my father comes. A double blessing is a double grace. Occasion smiles upon a second leave.
He's aboard. Aboard, for shame. The wind sits in the shoulder of your sail, and you are stayed for there. My blessing with you. And these few precepts in thy memory see thou character. Give thy thoughts no tongue, nor any unproportioned thought his act. Be thou familiar, but by no means vulgar. The friends thou hast and their adoption tried, grapple them to thy soul with hoops of steel. But do not dull thy palm with entertainment of each unhatched, unfledged comrade. Beware of entrance to a quarrel, but being in, bear that the opposed may beware of thee. Give every man thy ear, and few thy voice. Take each man's censure, but reserve thy judgment. Costly thy habit as thy purse can buy, but not expressed in fancy. Rich, not gaudy, for the apparel oft proclaims the man. And they in France of the best rank and station are of a most select and generous chaff in that. Neither a borrower nor a lender be, for loan oft loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. This above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. Farewell, my blessings season me in this.
Most humbly do I take my leave, my lord.
Oh, the time invites you. Go, your servants tend.
Farewell, Ophelia, and remember well what I've said to you.
'Tis in my memory locked, and you yourself shall keep the key of it.
Farewell.
What is, Ophelia, he has said to you?
So please you, something touching the Lord Hamlet.
Oh, marry, well bethought. 'Tis told me he hath very oft of late given private time to you, and you yourself have of your audience been most free and bounteous. If it be so, as so 'tis put on me, and that in way of caution, I must tell you, you do not understand yourself so clearly as it behooves my daughter and your honor. What is between you? Give me up the truth.
He hath, my lord, of late made many tenders of his affection to me.
Affection? Pah! You speak like a green girl, unsifted in such perilous circumstance. Do you believe his tenders, as you call them?
I do not know, my lord, what I should think.
Oh, Mary, I'll teach you. Think yourself a baby that you have ta'en his tenders for true pay, which are not starving. Tender yourself more dearly, or not to crack the wind of the poor phrase, roaming it thus you'll tender me a fool.
My lord, he hath importuned me with love in honorable fashion.
Fashion you may call it. Go to.
And hath given countenance to his speech, my lord, with all the vows of heaven.
Aye, springs to catch woodcocks. I do know when the blood burns how prodigal the soul gives the tongue vows. Is Blazer's daughter giving more light than heat, extinct in both, even in their promise as it is a making? You must not take for fire. For this time, daughter, be more scanter of your maiden presence. Set your entreatments at a higher rate than a command to parley. For Lord Hamlet believes so much in him that he is young, and with a larger tether may he walk than may be given you. In few, Ophelia, do not believe his vows, for they are brokers, not of the eye, which their investments show, but mere implorators of unholy suits, breathing like sanctified and pious bonds, the better to beguile. This is for all. I would not in plain terms from this time forth have you so slander any moment leisure as to give words or talk with the Lord Hamlet. Look to it, I charge you. Come your ways.
I shall obey, my lord.
Exeunt. Actus prima, scena quarta. Enter Hamlet, Horatio, and Marcellus. Hamlet?
Okay. The hour bites shrewdly. Is it very cold?
It is a nipping and an eager air.
What hour now?
I think it lacks of 12.
No, it has struck.
Indeed, I heard it not. Then it draws near the season wherein the spirit held his wont to walk. What does this mean, my lord?
The king doth wake tonight, and takes his rouse, keeps wassels in the swaggering upspring reels, and as he drains his draughts of Rhenish down, the kettle drum and trumpet thus bray out the triumph of his pledge.
Is it a custom?
I marry is't, and to my mind, though I am native here, and to the manner born, it is a custom more honored in the breach than the observance.
Look, my lord, it comes.
Angels and ministers of grace, defend us. Be thou a spirit of health, or goblin damned, bring with the airs from heaven, or blast from hell. Be thy events wicked or charitable, thou comest in such a questionable shape that I will speak to thee. I'll call thee Hamlet, king, father, royal Dane. Oh, answer me. Let me not burst in ignorance, but tell why thy canonized bones hearsed in death have burst their cerements, why the sepulchre wherein we saw thee quietly inert hath oped his ponderous and marble jaws to cast thee up again. What may this mean? That thou dead corse again in complete steel revisits thus the glimpses of the moon, making night hideous, and we fools of nature so horridly to shake our disposition with thoughts beyond thee, reaches of our souls? Say, why is this? Wherefore, what should we do?
It beckons you to go away with it, as if it some impartment did desire to you alone.
Look with what courteous action it wafts you to a more removed ground. But do not go with it.
No, by no means.
If it will not speak, then I will follow it.
Do not, my lord.
Why, what should be the fear? I do not set my life for a pin's fee, and for my soul, what can it do to that? Being a thing immortal as itself, it weighs me forth again. I'll follow it.
What if it tempt you toward the flood, my lord, or to the dreadful summit of the cliff that beetles o'er his base into the sea, and there assumes some other horrible form which might deprive your sovereignty of reason and draw you into madness. Think of it.
It wafts me still. Go on, I'll follow thee.
You shall not go, my lord.
Hold off your hand.
Be ruled, you shall not go.
My fate cries out and makes each pretty artery in this body as hardy as the Neiman lion's nerve. Still I am called. Unhand me, gentlemen. By heaven, I'll make a ghost of him that lets me. I'll stay away. Go on. I'll follow thee.
He waxes desperate with imagination.
Let's follow. 'Tis not fit thus to obey him.
Have after. To what issue will this come?
Something is rotten in the state of Denmark.
Heaven will direct it.
Nay, let's follow him.
Exeunt. Enter Ghost and Hamlet.
Where wilt thou leave me? Speak. I'll go no further. Mark
me.
I will.
My hour is almost come, when I to sulphurous and tormenting flames must render up myself.
The last poor ghost.
Pity me not, but lend thy serious hearing to what I shall unfold.
Speak, I am bound to hear.
So art thou to revenge when thou shalt hear.
What?
I am thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain term to walk the night, and for the day confined to fast in fires, till the foul crimes done in my days of nature are burnt and purged away. But that I am forbid to tell the secrets of my prison house, I could a tale unfold whose lightest word would harrow up thy soul, freeze thy young blood, make thy two eyes like stars start from their spheres, thy knotty and combined locks to part, and each particular hair to stand on end, like quills upon the fretful porpentine. But this eternal blazon must not be to ears of flesh and blood. List, Hamlet, oh list, if thou didst ever thy dear father love.
Oh, heaven!
Revenge his foul and most unnatural murder.
Murder?
Murder most foul, as in the best it is, but this most foul, strange, and unnatural.
Hast me to know it, that with wings as swift as meditation or the thoughts of love may sweep to my revenge.
I find thee apt, and duller shouldst thou be than the fat weed that rots itself in ease on Lethe wharf, wouldst thou not stir in this. Now, Hamlet, hear. It's given out that sleeping in mine orchard, a serpent stung me, so that the whole ear of Denmark is by a forged process of my death rankly abused. But know thou, noble youth, the serpent that did sting thy father's life, now wears his crown.
Oh, my prophetic soul, mine uncle?
Aye, that incestuous, that adulterate beast, with witchcraft of his wits, hath traitorous guilts. Oh, wicked wit and gifts that have the power so to seduce. One too, this shameful lust, the will of my most seeming virtuous queen. Oh, Hamlet, what a falling off was there from me, whose love was of that dignity that it went hand in hand, even with the vow I made to her in marriage, and to decline upon a wretch whose natural gifts were poor to those of mine. But virtue, as it will never will be moved, though lewdness courted in a shape of heaven, so lust, though to a radiant angel linked, will sate itself in a celestial bed and prey on garbage. But soft, thinks I, sense the morning's air. Brief let me be, sleeping within mine orchard, my custom always in the afternoon. Upon my secure hour thy uncle stole with juice of accursed Hebanon in a vial, and in the porches of mine ears did pour the leprous distilment, whose effect holds such an enmity with the blood of man, that swift as quicksilver it courses through the natural gates and allies of the body, and with a sudden vigor it doth posset and curd like eager droppings into milk, the thin and wholesome blood. So did it mine, and a most instant tetter baked about, most laser-like, with vile and loathsome crust, all my smooth body. Thus was I sleeping by a brother's hand of life, of crown and queen at once dispatched, cut off even in the blossoms of my sin, unhouselled, disappointed, unnanneled, no reckoning made, but sent to my account with all the imperfections on my head. Oh, horrible, most horrible! If thou hast nature in thee, bear it not, that not the royal bed of Denmark be a couch for luxury and damned incest. Howsoever thou pursuest this act, taint not thy mind, nor let thy soul contrive against thy mother aught. Leave her to heaven, and to those thorns that in her bosom lodge to prick and sting her. Fare thee well at once. The glowworm shows the matin to be near, and gins to pale his uneffectual fire. Adieu, adieu, Hamlet. Remember me.
Oh, all you hosts of heaven, oh earth, what else? And shall I couple hell? Oh fie, hold my heart, and you my sinews grow not instant old, but bear me stiffly up. Remember thee? I too, thou poor ghost, while memory holds a seat in this distracted globe. Remember thee? Yea, from the table of my memory I'll wipe away all trivial fond records, all saws of books, all forms and pressures past, that youth and observation copied there, and thy commandment all alone shall live within the book and volume of my brain, unmixed with baser matter. Yes, yes, by heaven, O most pernicious woman! O villain, smiling damned villain! My tables meet it is I set it adown, that one may smile and be a villain. At least I'm sure it may be so in Denmark. So, uncle, there you are. Now to my word. It is adieu. Remember me, I have sworn't.
My lord! My lord! Lord Hamlet!
Heaven secure him.
So be it.
Elo, ho, my lord!
Hillo, ho, boy, come, bird, come.
How is my noble lord?
What news, my lord?
Oh, wonderful.
Good my lord, tell it.
No, you'll reveal it.
Not I, my lord, by heaven.
Not I, my lord.
How say you then? Would heart of man once think it? But you'll be secret?
Aye, by heaven, my lord.
By heaven, my lord.
There's ne'er a villain dwelling in all Denmark, but he's an errant knave.
There needs no ghost, my lord, come from the grave to tell us this.
Why, right, you are the right. And so without more circumstance at all, I hold it fit that we shake hands and part. You as your business and desire shall point you, for every man has business and desire, such as it is. And for mine own poor part, look you, I'll go away.
These are but wild and whirling words, my lord.
I'm sorry they offend you heartily. Yes, Faith, heartily.
There's no offense, my lord.
Yes, by St. Patrick, but there is my lord. And much offense too touching this vision here. It is an honest ghost that, let me tell you, for your desire to know what is between us, or master as you may. And now, good friends, as you are friends, scholars, and soldiers, give me one poor request.
What is it, my lord? We will.
Never make known what you have seen tonight.
My lord, we will not.
We will not.
Nay, but swear't.
In faith, my lord, not I.
Nor I, my lord, in faith.
Upon my sword.
We have sworn, my lord, already.
Indeed, upon my sword, indeed.
Swear!
Aha, boy, sayest thou so? Art thou there, true Penny? Come on, you hear this fellow in the cellar edge consent to swear.
Propose the oath, my lord.
Never to speak of this that you have seen. Swear by my sword.
Swear!
Hicken ob vic and of bic. Hicken you bic. Then we'll shift for ground. Come hither, gentlemen, and lay your hands again upon my sword. Never to speak of this that you have heard. Swear by my sword.
Swear!
Well said, old mole. Thou canst work in the ground so fast. A worthy pioneer wants more remove good friends.
Oh, day and night, but this is wondrous strange.
And therefore, as a stranger, give it welcome. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in our philosophy. But come, here as before, never so help you mercy. How strange or odd soe'er I bear on myself, as I perchance hereafter shall think meet to put an antique disposition on, that you at such time seeing me never shall, with arms encumbered thus, or thus head shake, or by pronouncing of some doubtful phrase, as we well know, or we could, and if we would, or if we list to speak, or there be, and if there might, or such ambiguous giving out to note, that you know aught of me, this not to do. So grace and mercy at your most need help you. Swear.
Swear.
Rest, perturbed spirit. So, gentlemen, with all my love I do commend me to you, and what so poor a man as Hamlet is may do express his love and friending to you. God willing shall not lack. Let us go in together, and still your fingers on your lips I pray. The time is out of joint. O cursed spite, that ever I was born to set it right. Nay, come, let's go together.
Actus secundus. Enter Polonius and Rinaldo.
Give him his money and these notes, Rinaldo.
I will, my lord.
You shall do marvels wisely. Good Rinaldo, before you visit him, you make inquiry of his behavior.
My lord, I did intend it.
Very well said. Very well said. Look you, sir, inquire me first what danskers are in Paris, and how and who, what means, and where they keep, what company, at what expense. And finding by this encompassment and drift of question that they do know my son, come you more nearer than your particular demands will touch it. Take you as 'twere some distant knowledge of him. And thus I know his father and his friends, and in part him. Do you mark this, Rinaldo?
Aye, very well, my lord.
And in part him, but you may say not well. And if the he, I mean, is very wild, addicted, so and so, and there put on him what forgeries you please. Marry, none so rank as may dishonor ye. Take heed of that. But, sir, such wanton, wild, and usual slips are as companions noted, and most known to youth and liberty.
As gaming, my lord.
Aye, or drinking, fencing, swearing, quarreling, drabbing. You may go so far.
My lord, that would dishonor him.
Oh, faith, no. As you may season it in the charge, you must not put another scandal on him that he is open to incontinency. That's not my meaning. But breathe his faults so quaintly that they may seem the taints of liberty, and the flash and outbreak of a fiery mind, a savageons of unreclaimed blood of general assault.
But my good lord.
Wherefore should you do this?
Aye, my lord, I would know that.
Marry, sir, here's my drift, and I believe it is a fetch of wand. You laying these slight sullies on my son, as 'twere a little thing, soiled in the working, mark you your party in converse, him you would sound having ever seen. In the prenominate crimes, the youth you breathe off guilty, be assured he closes with you in his consequence. Good sir, also, or friend, or gentleman, according to the phrase and the addition of man and country.
Very good, my lord.
And then, sir, does he this? He does. Now, what was I about to say? Oh, I was about to say something. Where did I leave?
At the closes in the consequence, at friend or so and gentleman.
At closes in the consequence. Aye, marry, he closes with you thus. I know the gentleman, I saw him yesterday, or t'other day, or then, with such and such as any should say. There he was gaming, there it took in's rouse, there falling out at tenants. Or perchance I saw him enter such a house of sale, videlicet, a brothel, so forth. See you now, your bait of falsehood takes this cape of truth. And thus do we of wisdom and of reach with windlasses and with assays of bias, by indirections find directions out. So, by my former lecture and advice, shall you, my son, have you not?
My lord, I have.
Goodbye. Fare you well.
Good, my lord.
Observe his inclination in yourself,
I shall, my lord.
and let him ply his music.
Well, my lord.
Farewell.
Enter Ophelia.
How now, Ophelia? What's the matter?
Alas, my lord, I have been so affrighted.
With what in the name of heaven?
My lord, as I was sewing in my chamber, Lord Hamlet, with his doublet all unbraced, no hat upon his head, his stockings fouled, ungartered, and down gives to his ankle, pale as his shirt, his knees knocking each other, and with a look so piteous in purport as if he had been loosed out of hell to speak of horrors, he comes before me.
Mad for thy love?
My lord, I do not know, but truly I do fear it.
What said he?
He took me by the wrist and held me hard. Then he goes to the length of all his arm, and with his other hand thus o'er his brow, he falls to such perusal of my face as he would draw it. Long stayed he so, at last a little shaking of mine arm, and thrice his head thus waving up and down, he raised a sigh so piteous and profound that it had seemed to shatter all his bulk and end his being. That done, he lets me go, and with his head over his shoulders turned, he seemed to find his way without his eyes, for out of doors he went without their help, and to the last bended their light on me.
Go with me. I will go seek the king. This is the very ecstasy of love, whose violent property fordoes itself and leads the will to desperate undertakings. There's oft of any passion under heaven that does afflict our natures. I am sorry. What have you given? Any hard words of late?
No, my good lord, but as you did command, I did repel his letters and denied his access to me.
Oh, that has made him mad. Oh, I am sorry that with better speed and judgment I had not quoted him. I fear I did but trifle and meant to wreck thee, but beshrew my jealousy, it seems it is as proper to our age to cast beyond ourselves in our opinions, as it is common for the younger sort to lack discretion. Come, go we now to the king. This must be known. Being kept close might move more grief to hide than hate to utter love.
Exeunt. Scena secunda. Enter King, Queen, Rosencrantz, Guildenstern, Camalis.
Welcome, dear Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Moreover, that we much did long to see you, the need we have to use you did provoke our hasty sending. Something have you heard of Hamlet's transformation? So I call it, since not the exterior nor the inward man resembles that it was. What it should be, more than his father's death that thus has put him so much from the understanding of himself, I cannot deem of. I entreat you both that being of so young days brought up with him, and since so neighbor to his youth and humor, that you vouchsafe your rest here in our court some little times, so by your companies to draw him on to pleasures, and to gather so much as from occasions you may glean that open lies within our remedy.
Good gentleman, he hath much talked of you, and sure I am, two men there are not living to whom he more adheres. If it will please you to show us so much gentry and goodwill as to expend your time with us a while for the supply and profit of our hope, your visitation shall receive such thanks as fits a king's remembrance.
Both your majesties, might by the sovereign power you have of us, put your dread pleasures more into command than into entreaty.
We both obey and here give up ourselves in the full bent to lay our services freely at your feet to be commanded.
Thanks, Rosencrantz and gentle Guildenstern.
Thanks, Guildenstern and gentle Rosencrantz. And I beseech you instantly to visit my too much changed son. Go, some of ye, and bring the gentleman where Hamlet is.
Heavens make our presence and our practices pleasant and helpful to him.
Amen.
The ambassadors from Norway, my good lord, are joyfully returned.
Oh, thou still hast been the father of good news.
Have I, my lord? Assure you, my good liege, I hold my duty as I hold my soul both to my God, one to my gracious king. And I do think, or else this brain of mine hunts not the trail of policies, so sure as I have used to do, that I have found the very cause of Hamlet's lunacy.
Oh, speak of that. That I do long to hear.
Give first admittance to the ambassadors. My news shall be the news to that great feast.
Thyself do grace to them and bring them in. He tells me, sweet queen, that he has found the head and source of all of your son's distemper.
I doubt it is no other but the main, his father's death, and our poor hasty marriage.
Well, we shall sift him. Welcome, good friends. Say, Baltimore, what news from our brother Norway?
Most fair return of greetings and desires. Upon our first, he sent out to suppress his nephew's levies, which to him appeared to be a preparation against the Polack. But better looked into, he truly found it was against your highness, whereat grieved that so his sickness, age, and impotence was falsely borne in hand, sends out arrests on Fortinbras, which he in brief obeys, receives rebuke from Norway, and in fine, makes vow before his uncle nevermore to give the assay of armies against your majesty. Whereon old Norway, overcome with joy, gives him 3,000 crowns in annual fee, and is commissioned to employ those soldiers, so levied as before against the Poliac, with an entreaty herein further shown that it might please you to give quiet pass through your dominions for his enterprise on such regards of safety and allowance as therein are set down.
It likes us well, and at our most considered time we'll read, answer, and think upon this business. Meantime, we thank you for your well-took labor. Go to your rest, and at night we'll feast together. Most welcome home.
This business is very well ended, my liege, and madam, to expostulate what majesty should be, what duty is, why day is day, night, night, and time is time, were nothing but to waste night, day, and time. Therefore, since brevity is the soul of wit and tediousness, the limbs and outward flourishes, I will be brief. Your noble son is mad. Mad, call I it, for to define true madness, what is but to be nothing else but mad? But let that go.
More matter with less art.
Madam, I swear I use no art at all. That he is mad, 'tis true. 'Tis true, 'tis pity, and pity, 'tis true. A foolish figure, but farewell it. For I will use no art. Mad, let us grant him then. And now remains that we find out the cause of this effect, or rather say the cause of this defect. For this effect defective comes by cause. Thus it remains, and the remainder thus. Pepin, I have a daughter. Whilst she is mine, who in her duty and obedience marked hath given me this. Now gather and surmise. The letter to the celestial and my soul's idol, the most beautiful Ophelia. Well, that's an ill phrase, a vile phrase. Beautified is a vile phrase, but you shall hear these in her excellent white bosom, these.
Came this from Hamlet to her?
Oh, good madam, stay a while, I will be faithful. Doubt thou the stars are fire, doubt that the sun doth move, doubt truth to be a liar, but never doubt I love. Oh, dear Ophelia, I am ill at these numbers, I have not art to reckon my groans, that I love thee best. Oh, most best believe it. Adieu. Thine evermore, dear lady, whilst this machine to him. is to him Hamlet. Now this in obedience hath my daughter showed me, and more above hath his soliciting as they fell out by time, by means and place, all given to mine ear.
But how has she received his love?
What do you think of me?
As a man faithful and honorable.
Well, I would fain prove so. But what might you think? When I had seen this hot love on the wing as I perceived it, I must tell you that before my daughter told me, what might you or my dear majesty, your queen here, think if I had played the desk or table book, given my heart a winking, mute and dumb, or looked upon this love with idle sight, what might you think? No, I went round to work, and my young mistress, thus I did bespeak. Lord Hamlet is a prince out of thy star. This must not be. And then I precepts gave her that she should lock herself from his resort, admit no messengers, and receive no tokens. Which done, she took the fruits of my advice, and he, repulsed, a short tale to make, fell into a sadness, then into a fast, thence to a watch, thence to a weakness, thence to a lightness, and by this declension into the madness wherein now he raves, and all we wail for.
Do you think 'tis this?
Maybe, very likely.
Hath there been such a time, I'd fain know that I have positively said 'tis so, when it proved otherwise.
Not that I know.
Well, take this from this. If it be otherwise, if circumstances lead me, I will find where truth is hid, though it were hid indeed within the centre.
How may we try it further?
Now, you know, sometimes he walks for hours together here in this lobby.
So he has indeed.
At such a time, I'll loose my daughter to him. Be you and I behind an arras then. Mark the encounter, if you love her not, and be not from his reason fallen thereon. Let me be no assistant for a state, and keep a farm and carters.
We will try it.
Oh, but look where sadly the poor wretch comes reading.
Away, away, I do beseech you both, away. I'll board him presently. Oh, give me leave. How doth my good Lord Hamlet?
God of mercy.
Do you know me, my lord?
Excellent, excellent. Well, you are a fishmonger.
Not I, my lord.
Then I would you were so honest a man.
Honest, my lord?
Yes, sir. To be honest, as this world goes, is to be one man picked out of 2,000.
Oh, that is very true, my lord.
For if the sun breed maggots in a dead dog, being a god-kissing carrion, have you a daughter?
I have, my lord.
Do not walk in the sun. Conception is a blessing, but not as your daughter may conceive. Friend, look to it.
How say you by that? Still harping on my daughter. He knew me not at first. He said I was a fishmonger. He is far gone, far gone. And truly, in my youth, I suffered much extremity for love. Very near this. I'll speak to him again. What do you read, my lord?
Words. Words, words.
What is the matter, my lord? I mean the matter you mean, my lord.
Slander, sir. For this satirical slave says here that old men have gray beards, that their faces are wrinkled, their eyes purging thick amber and plum tree gum, and that they have a plentiful lack of wit, together with most weak hams. All which, sir, though I most powerfully and potently believe, yet I hold it not honesty to have it set down thus. For you yourself, sir, should be as old as I am, if like a crab you could go backwards.
Oh, though this be madness, yet there is method in it. Will you walk out of the air, my lord?
My grave?
Oh, indeed, that is out of the air. How pregnant sometimes his replies are. A happiness that often madness hits on, which reason and sanity could not so prosperously be delivered of. I will leave him and suddenly contrive the means of meeting between him and my daughter. My honourable lord, I will most humbly take my leave of you.
You cannot, sir, take from me anything that I will more willingly part with all, except my life. My life.
Fare you well, my lord.
Tedious old fools.
God save you, sir.
Mine honored lord.
My most dear lord.
My excellent good friends. How dost thou, Guildenstern? Oh, Rosencrantz, good lads, how do ye both?
As the indifferent children of the earth.
Happy in that we are not over happy. On Fortune's cap, we are not the very button.
Nor the soles of her shoe.
Neither, my lord.
Can you live about her waist or in the middle of her favors?
Faith, her privates we.
In the secret parts of fortune. Most true, she is a strumpet. What's the news?
None, my lord, but that the world's grown honest.
Then is doomsday near. But your news is not true. Let me question more in particular. What have you, my good friends, deserved at the hands of fortune that she sends you to prison hither?
Prison, my lord?
Denmark's a prison.
Then is the world one.
Okay.
Goodly one. In there, where there are many confines, wards, and dungeons, Denmark being one of the worst.
Oh, we think not so, my lord.
Then 'tis none to you. For there is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. To me, it is a prison.
Why, then your ambition makes it one. 'Tis too narrow for your mind.
God, I could be bounded in a nutshell and count myself a king of infinite space, were it not that I have bad dreams.
Which dreams are indeed our ambition, for the very substance is ambitious, is merely the shadow of a dream.
Dream itself is but a shadow.
Truly, and I hold ambition of so airy and light a quality that is but a shadow's shadow.
Then our beggars' bodies and our monarchs and outstretched heroes, the beggars' shadows. Shall we to the court, for by my fay I cannot reason.
We'll wait upon you.
We'll wait upon you.
No such matter. I will not sort you with the rest of my servants. For to speak to you like an honest man, I am most dreadfully attended. But in the beaten way of friendship, what make you here at Elsinore?
To visit you, my lord. No other occasion.
Beggar that I am even poor in thanks, but I thank you. But sure, dear friends, my thanks are too dear a halfpenny. Were you not sent for? Visited in your own inclining? Is it a free visitation? Come, deal justly with me. Come. Nay, speak.
What should we say, my lord?
By anything but to the purpose. You were sent for. And there's a kind of confession in your looks which your modesties have not craft enough to color, for I know the good king and queen have sent for you.
To what end, my lord?
Must teach me? But let me conjure for you in the rights of our fellowship, by the constancy of our youth, by the obligation of our ever-preserved love, and by what is more dear, a better proposer could charge you withal. Be even and direct with me whether you were sent for or no.
What say you?
Nay, then I have an eye of you. If you love me,
Have an eye of you. If you love me, hold not off.
my lord, we were sent for.
I will tell you why. So shall my anticipation prevent your discovery of your secrecy to the king and queen, moult no feather. I have of late, but wherefore I know not, lost all my mirth, forgone all custom of exercise, and indeed it goes so heavenly with my disposition that this goodly frame, the earth, seems to me a sterile promontory. This most excellent canopy, the air, look you. This brave o'erhanging, this majestical roof framed with golden fire. Why, it appears to me no other thing than a foul and pestilent congregation of vapors. What a piece of work is man! How noble in reason, how infinite in faculty, in form and moving, how express and admirable, in action, how like an angel, in apprehension, how like a god. The beauty of the world, the paragon of animals. And yet, to me, what is this quintessence of dust? Man delights not me, no. No, nor woman neither, though by your smiling you seem to say so.
Oh, my lord, there was no such stuff in my thoughts.
Why did you laugh when I said man delights not me?
Oh, to think, my lord, if you delight not in man, what Lenten entertainment the players shall receive from you. We coated them on the way, and are hither are they coming to offer you service.
His Majesty shall tribute of me. The adventurous knight shall use his toil and target. The lover shall sigh gratis. The humorous man shall end his part in peace. The clown shall make those laugh whose lungs are tickled at the seer. And the lady shall say her mind freely, or the blank verse shall hold for it. What players are these?
Even those you want to take delight in, the tragedians of the city.
How chance say that they travel? Their resident both in reputation and profit was better both ways.
I think their inhibition comes by the means of the late innovation.
The same estimation they did when I was in the city. Are they so followed?
No, indeed, they are not.
Comes it? Do they grow rusty?
Nay, their endeavor keeps in the wonted pace. But there is, sir, an area of children, little Yeezys that cry out on the top of question and are most tyrannically clapped for it. These are now the fashion, and so be rattled the common stages, so they call them, that many wearing rapiers are afraid of goose quills and dare scarce come thither.
Are they children? Who maintains them? How are they escorted? Will they pursue the quality no longer than they can sing? Will they not say afterwards, if they grow themselves to common players, and as most of their means are not better, their writers do them wrong to make them exclaim against their own succession?
Faith, there has been much to do on both sides, and the nation hold it no sin to tar them to controversy. There was, for a while, no money bid for argument unless the poet and the player went to cuffs in the question.
Is it possible?
Oh, there has been much throwing about of brains.
Do the boys carry it away?
Aye, that they do, my lord. Hercules and his load too.
Is not strange, for mine uncle is king of Denmark, and those who would make mouths at him when my father lived now give 20, 40, 100 ducats apiece for his picture in little. There's something in this more than natural philosophy can find it out.
Here are the players.
Gentlemen, you are welcome to Elsinore. Your hands come. The appurtenance of welcome is fashion and ceremony. Let me comply with you in the garb, lest my extent of the players, which I tell you must show fairly outward, should more appear like entertainment than yours. You are welcome. But my uncle father and my aunt mother are deceived.
In what, my dear lord?
I am but mad northwest. When the wind is southerly, I know a hawk from a handsaw.
We'll be with you, gentlemen.
Hark you, Guildenstern, and you too, at each ear a hearer. That great baby you see there is not yet out of his swaddling clouts.
Happily, he's the second time come to them, for they say an old man is twice a child.
I will prophesy. He comes to tell me of the players. Mark it. You say right, sir, for a Monday morning 'twas so indeed.
My lord, I have news to tell you.
My lord, I have news to tell you. When Roscius, an actor in Rome.
The actors are come hither, my lord.
Buzz.
Upon mine honor.
They came each actor on his ass.
Well, they're the best actors in the world, either for tragedy, comedy, history, pastoral, pastoral, comical, historical, pastoral, tragical, comical, historical, pastoral, scene individual, or poem unlimited. Seneca cannot be too heavy, nor Plautus too light, for the law of writ and the liberty. These are the only men.
Oh, Jephthah, judge of Israel, what a treasure hadst thou!
What a treasure had he, my lord?
Why, one fair daughter, and no more, the which he loved passing well.
Still on my daughter.
Am I not the right old Jephthah?
If you call me Jephthah, my lord, I have a daughter that I love passing well.
Hey, that follows not.
What follows then, my lord?
Why, as by lot God wot, and then you know it came to pass, as most like it was. The first row of the pawn chanson will show you more, for look where my abridgments come.
It's a 4 or 5 player.
You are welcome, masters. Welcome all. I'm glad to see thee well. Welcome, good friends. Oh, my old friend, thy face is valiant since I saw thee last. Comes thou to beard me in Denmark? Why, my young lady and mistress, by her lady, your ladyship is nearer heaven than when I saw you last, by the altitude of a chopine. Pray God your voice, like a piece of uncurrent gold, be not cracked within the ring. Masters, you're all welcome. We'll aim to it like French falconers, fly at anything we see. We'll have a speech straight. Come, give us a taste of your quality. Come, a passionate speech.
What speech, my lord?
I heard thee speak me a speech once, but it was never acted, or if it was, not above once. For the play, I remember, was not for the million. 'Twas caviar to the general, but it was, as I received it, and others whose judgment in such matters cries to the top of mine, an excellent play. Well digested in the scenes, set down with so much modesty as cunning. I remember one said there were no salads in the lines to make the matter savory, nor no matter in the phrase which might indict the author of affectation, but called it an honest method. One chief speech that I chiefly loved was Aeneas' tale to Dido, and there about it, especially where he speaks of Priam's slaughter. If it live in your memory, begin it at this line of, let me see. The rugged purists, like the Hyrcanian beast, Oh, it is not so. It begins with Pyrrhus, the rugged Pyrrhus, he whose sable arms, black to his purpose, did the knights resemble when he couched in the ominous horse, hath now this dread and black complexion smeared with heraldry more dismal. Head to foot now is he to take jewels hardly tricked with blood of fathers, mothers, daughters, sons, baked and empasted with the parching streets that lend a tyrannous and damned light to their vile murders, roasted in wrath and fire, and thus o'ersides with coagulate gore, with eyes like carbuncles, the hellish Pyrrhus, old Grandshire Priam seeks.
Oh God, my lord, well spoken, and with good accent and good discretion.
Anon he finds him, striking too short at Greeks. His antic sword, rebellious to his arm, lies where it falls, repugnant to command, unequal match. Pyrrhus at Priam drives, in rage strikes wide, but with the whiff and wind of his fell sword, the unnerved father falls. Then, senseless Ilium, seeming to feel his blow, with flaming top stoops to his base, and with a hideous crash takes prisoner Pyrrhus' ear. Below, his sword, which was declining on the milky head of Reverend Priam, seemed in the air to stick, as so as to a painted tyrant Pyrrhus stood, and like a neutral to his will and matter did nothing. But as we often see against some storm, a silence in the heavens. The rack stands still, the bold winds speechless, and the orb below as hush as death. Anon the dreadful thunder doth rend the region. So, after Pyrrhus' pause, a roused vengeance sends him newer work, and never did Cyclops' hammers fall on Mars, his armor forged for proof it with less remorse. And Pyrrhus' bleeding sword now falls on Priam. Out, out, thou strumpet fortune, all you gods, in general synod, to take away her power, break all the spokes and fellies from her wheel, and bound the round nave down the hill of heaven as low as to the fiends.
But this is too long.
It shall to the barbers with your beard. Prithee, say on. He's for a jig or a tale of bawdry, or he sleeps. Say on, come to Hecuba.
But who, oh, who had seen the ennobled queen?
The ennobled queen.
Oh, that's good. Ennobled queen is good.
Run barefoot up and down, threatening the flame with beeson rheum, a clout about that head where late the diadem stood, and for a robe about her lank and o'er-teemed loins. A blanket, in the alarm of fear caught up. Who this had seen, with tongue in venom steeped, against fortune's state would treason have pronounced. But if the gods themselves did see her then, when she saw Pyrrhus take malicious sport in mincing with his sword her husband's limbs, the instant burst of clamor that she made, unless things more to move them not at all, would have made milch the burning eyes of heaven and passion in the gods.
Oh, look where he has not turned his colour, and has tears in his eyes. Oh, pray you no more.
Well, I'll have thee speak out the rest soon. Good my lord, will you see the players well bestowed? Do you hear? Let them be well used, for they are the abstracts and brief chronicles of the time. After your death, you had better have a bad epitaph than their ill report while you live.
My lord, I will use them according to their desert.
God's bodkins, man, better. Use every man after his desert, and who shall scape whipping? Use them after your own honor and dignity. The less they deserve, the more merit is in your bounty. Take them in.
Come, sirs.
Follow him, friends. We'll hear a play tomorrow. Dost thou hear me, old friend? Can you play the Murder of Gonzago?
Aye, my lord.
Have it tomorrow night. You could, for a need, study a speech of some 12 or 16 lines, which I would set down and insert in it. Could you not?
Aye, my lord.
Very well. Follow that lord and look him, mock him not. My good friends, I'll leave thee tonight. You are welcome to Elsinore.
Good, my lord.
Oh, God by ye. Now I am alone. Oh, what a rogue and peasant slave am I. Is it not monstrous that this player here, but in a fiction, in a dream of passion, forced his soul so to his own conceit, that from his working, all his visage wanned, tears in his eyes, distraction in his aspect, a broken voice, and his whole function suiting with forms to his conceit. And all for nothing, for Hecuba. What's Hecuba to him, or he to Hecuba, that he should weep for her? What would he do, had he the motive and the cue for passion that I have? He would drown the stage with tears and cleave the general ear with horrid speech, make mad the guilty and appall the free, confound the ignorant, and amaze indeed the very faculty of eyes and ears. Yet I, a dull and muddy-mettled rascal, peak like John o' Drames, unpregnant of my cause, and can say nothing. No, not for a king upon whose property and most dear life a damned defeat was made. Am I a coward? Who calls me villain, breaks my pate across, plucks off my beard and blows it in my face, tweaks me by the nose, gives me the lie in the throat as deep as the lungs? Who does me this, huh? Why, I should take it. For it cannot be but I am pigeon-livered and lack gold to make oppression bitter. Or ere this I should have fatted all the regent's kites with this slave's awful, bloody, a bawdy villain, remorseless, treacherous, lecherous, kindless villain. Oh, vengeance! Whoa. What an ass am I! I sure, this is most brave. I, the son of a dear father murdered, prompted to my revenge by heaven and hell, must, like a whore, unpack my heart with words and full of cursing, like a very drab, a scullion. Fie upon it. About my brain. I have heard that guilty creatures sitting at a play have, by the very cunning of the scene, been struck so to the soul that presently they have proclaimed their malefactions. For murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ. I'll have these players play something like the murder of my father before mine uncle. I'll observe his looks. I'll tempt him to the quick. If he but blench, I know my course. The spirit that I've seen may be the devil, and the devil hath power to assume a pleasing shape, yea, and perhaps out of my weakness and my melancholy, as he is very potent with such spirits, abuses me to damn me. I'll have grounds more relative than this. The play's the thing wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king.
Enter King, Queen, Polonius, Ophelia, Rosencrantz, Guildenstern, and lords.
And can you by no drift of circumstance get from him why he puts on this confusion, grading so harshly all his days of quiet with turbulent and dangerous lunacy?
He does confess he feels himself distracted, but from what cause he will by no means speak.
Anton? Nor do we find him. Okay.
Nor do we find him forward to be sounded, but with a crafty madness keeps aloof, when we would bring him on to some confession of his true state.
Did he receive you well?
Most like a gentleman.
But with much forcing of his disposition.
Negative question, but of our demands, most free in his reply.
Did you assay him to any pastime?
Madam, it so fell out that certain players we o'erwrought on the way of these we o'erwrought on the way of these we told him, and there did seem in him a kind of joy to hear of it. They are about the court, and as I think, they have already ordered this night to play before him.
'Tis most true, and he beseech me to entreat your majesties to hear and see the matter.
With all my heart, and doth much content me to hear him so inclined. Good gentlemen, give him further edge, and drive his purpose on to these delights.
We shall, my lord.
Sweet Gertrude, leave us too, for we have closely sent for Hamlet hither, that he, as 'twere by accident, may there affront Ophelia. Her father and myself, lawful espials, will so bestow ourselves that, seeing unseen, we may of their encounter frankly judge and gather by him as he has behaved, if it be this affliction of his love, or no, that this he suffers for.
I shall obey you, and for your part, Ophelia, I do wish that your good beauties be the happy cause of Hamlet's wildness. So shall I hope your virtues will bring him to his wonted way again, to both your honors.
Madame, I wish it may.
Ophelia, walk you here. Gracious, so please you, we will bestow ourselves. Read on this book, that show of such an exercise may color your loneliness. We are oft to blame in this. 'Tis too much proved that with devotion's visage and pious action, will you surge o'er the devil himself?
Oh, 'tis true. How smart a lash that speech just give my conscience. The harlot's cheek, beautied with plastering art, is not more ugly to the thing that helps it than is my deed to my most painted words. Oh, heavy burden.
I hear him coming. Let's withdraw, my lord.
The question whether it's nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles and by opposing end them, to die, to sleep no more, and by a sleep to say we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die, to sleep, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long life. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, the pangs of despised love, the law's delay, the insolence of office, and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes when he might his quietus make with a bare bodkin? Who would these fardels bear to grunt and sweat under a weary life, but that the dread of something after death? The undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns puzzles the will, and makes us rather bear those ills we have than to fly to others we know not of. Thus, conscience does make cowards of us all, and thus the native view of resolution is sicklet o'er with the pale cast of thought. And enterprises of great pith and moment with disregard their currents turn awry and lose the name of action. Soft you now, the fair Ophelia. Nymph in thy orisons, behold my sins remembered.
Good, my lord. How does your honor for this many a day?
I humbly thank you. Well.
My lord, I have remembrances of yours that I have longed to redeliver. I pray you now receive them.
I never gave you aught.
My honored lord, I know right well you did, and with them words of so sweet breath composed as made the things more rich than perfume left. Take these again, for to the noble mind rich gifts wax poor when givers prove unkind. There, my lord.
Are you honest?
My lord.
Are you fair?
What means your lordship?
That if you be honest and fair, your honesty should admit no discourse to your beauty.
Could beauty, my lord, have better commerce than your honesty?
Aye, truly. For the power of beauty will sooner transform honesty from what it is to a bawd than the force of honesty can translate beauty into his likeness. This was sometimes a paradox, but now the time gives it proof. I did love you once.
Indeed, my lord, you made me believe so.
You should not have believed me. For virtue cannot so inoculate our old stock, but we should relish of it. I loved you not.
I was the more deceived.
Why wouldst thou be a breeder of sinners? I am myself indifferent honest, but yet I could accuse me of such things that were better that my mother had not borne me. I am very proud, revengeful, ambitious, with more offenses at my beck than I've thoughts to put them in imagination to give them shape or time to act them in. Why should such fellows and I do crawling between heaven and earth? We are arrant knaves all, believe none of us. Go thy ways to a nunnery. Where's your father?
At home, my lord.
The doors be shut upon him, that he may play the fool nowhere but in his own house. Farewell.
Oh, help him, you sweet heavens.
And if thou dost marry, I'll give thee this plague for thy dowry. Be thou as chaste as ice, as pure as snow, thou shalt not escape calumny. Get thee to a nunnery. Go, farewell. Or if thou needst will marry a fool, for wise men know well enough what monsters you make of them. To a nunnery go, and quickly too. Farewell.
Oh, heavenly powers, restore him.
I've heard of your prattlings too well enough. God has given you one face, and you make yourself another. You jig, you amble, and you lisp, and nickname God's creatures, and make your wantonness, your ignorance. Go do, I'll know more on it. It hath made me mad. I say, we will have no more marriages. Those that are married already, all but one, shall live. The rest shall keep as they are. To a nunnery. Go.
Oh, what a noble mind is here o'erthrown. The courtiers, soldiers, scholars, eye, tongue, sword, the expectancy and rose of the fair state, the glass of fashion and the mold of form, the observed of all observers, quite down. Have I of ladies most deject and wretched that sucked the honey of his music vows, now see that noble and most sovereign reason, like sweet bells jangled out of tune and harsh, that unmatched form and feature of blown youth blasted with ecstasy. Oh, woe is me, to have seen what I have seen, see what I see.
Love? His affections do not that way tend, nor what he spake, though it lacked form a little, was not like madness. There's something in his soul, over which his melancholy sits on brood, and I do doubt the hatch, and the disclose will be some danger, which to prevent I have in quick determination thus set it down. He shall with speed to England, for the demand of our neglected tribute. Happily the seas and countries different with variable objects shall expel this something settled matter in his heart, whereof his brain still beating puts him thus from fashion of himself. What think you, Ernest?
Oh, it shall do well. But yet I do believe the origin and commencement of this grief sprung from neglected love. How now, Ophelia? You need not tell us what Lord Hamlet said. We heard it all. My lord, do as you please, but if you hold it fit after the play, let his queen mother all alone entreat him to show his grief. Let her be round with him, and I'll be placed so, please you, in the ear of all their conference. If she find him not, to England send him, or confine him where your wisdom best shall think.
It shall be so. Madness and great ones must not unwatched go.
And there we'll take our intermission. Let's now 2:48. Let's we'll make it 12 minutes. We'll start at 3 o'clock. Very good, everyone. I'm loving this play. I'm loving this reading. Very good.
I'm very impressed with our multitudinous Hamlets. To do so well at such short notice is really impressive.
Yeah, it really is.
Oh, I love your background, Horatio. Where'd you get that?
Oh, you know what I do is I go on Google and look for images, and if I see one I like, I just snip it.
That's what I did too. Well, that's what I did with my crown. But I was going to do either a crown or a castle, indoor castle. And I opted for a crown. I figured somebody else would do an indoor castle, but that's a good one to have.
Well, nice and warm. It goes with your crown very well, I must say.
Yes. I'm not very kingly, so I figure any prop I can use.
Oh, I did. Somebody, when I did a play recently, they had a background with wings, and they were playing a wing in an angel or something or other, and so the wings were perfect for the background.
I remember we were doing the cherry orchard, and what did I do? I put up sunflowers. I had tons of cherry trees, and I put up sunflowers.
Well, this background might come in handy for the next scene because I looked at it several times, Derek, and Horatio lingers without lines.
Okay.
And it does not have exits. So I'm saying, well, I will be nice and meditative. I'm not going to draw attention, but perhaps the castle background while everybody else is talking is a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's great.
Just show you though what you can do when the writing's good, doesn't it?
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
All that stuff is a gift.
Yes.
It really is. All those images. And then when you look at Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead, the Stopford thing, how he takes the lines and suddenly puts a new edge on them and makes them comedy. The Queen's line, the King says, I thank you, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. The Queen says, Thank you.
Thanks, Guildenstern and gentle Rosencrantz.
Rosencrantz.
Yeah, right. Which actually, I think that works for Hamlet as well. I think
That's
you
right.
know,
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah.
I
I've
have a
seen readings
question.
done that way.
I have a question, Derek, y'all. I've got my Ethernet, or is it Ethernet or Ethernet?
It's
What do you call
Ethernet.
it? Ethernet working, and I just want to make sure. Has my sound been okay? Did it have not been
Sound is
freezing?
great. No, it's
No,
crisp and
you've been
clear.
very good.
Because
No freezing.
Thursday I froze constantly. They've been doing work in my apartment. Forget about it.
Yeah,
And my Ethernet's all messed up, but I've got it working now. And it's hard to find those little boxes. I've been looking at all the hardware stores, and none of them seem to fit. What do they do? Change the size? You know, the little
No,
boxes that keep the wires together? I can't find the right size. I don't know what's.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, Julie, I seem to be missing all your opening words.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder why. Okay, I'll put on I'll unmute faster.
Mhm. I usually unmute about half a page before I'm ready to enter, just so that it's
No,
ready.
It's your opening words at the beginning of several sentences.
Yes,
Yeah.
every time you speak, we seem to be missing the opening
Yeah.
words.
Right. We
And
missed
sadly,
get thee to a
we-
nunnery. I can
Yeah,
see
we
your
missed
mouth,
that.
your lips move. I didn't hear it.
That's right.
Oh my
Either
gosh.
that or it comes in very quietly and then picks up.
Right.
Yes.
All the Zoom people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
1-800-ZOOM.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know
So
if
I hear
there's
we're
anything
going
you can
live
do
soon.
about it, but yeah.
I hear we're going live soon, huh? We're going back to the library soon? I won't be, but until I get vaccinated.
Well, where is the library? I haven't visited you live yet.
Varies.
Oh,
Yeah.
There's
All
about 3
over
or 4
town.
of them that are used.
No, about 12 of them. No, about 10 of them. Yeah, we've
Initially, it was
expanded.
do you have a favorite?
Well, mine, because Bloomingdale, because it's right close to my house. But the nicest one, the really neatest, dramatic one is the one in Midtown Manhattan, because it's got this red background. It's a gorgeous. It looks like a stage. It looks like a theater.
The one at 53rd Street. I love that one. Yeah.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
you know,
there's the Mid-Manhattan one. There's also, we've done, my personal favorite is the Jefferson Market branch down in the Village.
except that they don't let you use their bathroom. That's why I don't like that place. It's a nice library, but they don't let you use the bathroom. They think you're like a homeless person or something. I don't know.
Dear, you have to plan.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
once you get down into the Village, you're dealing with older buildings, so they're nicer looking. The ones uptown, the Lincoln Center one and the Midtown one, they're very modern, and you know.
I was going to say, have you ever tried to get the Bruno Walter Auditorium in Lincoln Center? We never do Lincoln Center.
yeah, well, no, they haven't. I haven't checked it with them recently, but for the readings, they will only sort of do those for bigger, sort of more
Like the Bruno
events.
Walter. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like what I've seen there have been things like where they have talks or performances by some established company or something like that. But we've done a lot of things right next door at the Riverside branch.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's. Yeah.
Loads of them there. But it's really been the librarian at the Yorkville Public Library who's been most helpful in terms of getting us the information with that. And we just need to get somebody who be willing to be there as a COVID officer, to sort of, check that people are vaccinated, people are not coming in if they're sick, but.
I know, I read it. Yeah. They're doing a big checkup. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, hopefully soon, or maybe we'll get up to do one in December, but, or in the new year. But I will want to keep doing things on Zoom just because it's great to be able to have people from all over. And,
London.
Great.
Angus.
Great.
Good.
Love it.
Good.
Yeah.
But hey, you guys have now got the okay for everyone to get the booster. Is that right?
Yes. Everyone over 18.
Yeah, that's excellent. That's excellent.
Mm-hmm.
And they're also saying now that there's a benefit that if you've got the Pfizer, first of all, try and get the Moderna for the booster. That seems to help. Amid worries that the vaccination protection is beginning to fade with time. I mean, it's not going to make you ill, and you're not going to end up at death's door in hospital. That'll protect you against that, but it makes you, even with time, you get less resistant to the virus, so you can pick it up. So we then end up with people who are not desperately sick, but they're spreading the damn thing.
Ah, that's an important thing to be aware of. I err on the side of caution in every way possible.
Oh yeah,
Me
always
too.
safety. Yep. Well, who knows? America might own the National Health Service soon. They're reading the bill on Monday night that basically allows the Tories to sell it all off to their chums. Oh yeah, very worrying.
Yeah.
And the NHS is almost at collapse point.
Really?
Yeah, because they have withheld all restrictions, the number of people with COVID is just going up, and as a result, other treatments and investigations are just being put on hold, and the people are getting, the staff are getting burned out.
The only ones who seem to be able to keep it in check are the Chinese, but it's very hard on people.
Yeah, but that's because they can actually have the authority to tell people,
Right.
screw it. But you notice that Austria has now
They closed down again.
Yeah, it's reintroduced lockdown, and they are making vaccination legally mandatory. Screw
Good for
this.
them.
Oh, I don't want to be vaccinated for whatever reason, unless there's a very good medical reason why you shouldn't be. People are going to have to get vaccinated in Austria.
What do you think of that? Do you think that's a good idea?
Yeah,
I do too.
there was a very nice cartoon that I saw on Twitter at one point of the child and the mother, and the child was saying, "What's that mark on your arm, Mom?" And she says, "That was my smallpox injection, vaccination mark." And the child said, why don't I have one? And the mother says, because it worked.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
mean,
Yes, there are problems. My second vaccination, about 2 weeks later, all sorts of things happened, and I was not very well for about 3 weeks, but I recovered fine. And so far, after all this time, I've managed to not get COVID, touch wood. But nobody wears masks over here anymore.
Just a technical note. It looks like we've lost Anton. I don't know why, but
That's Anton.
yeah, that's Anton. So if anyone can just read in for Guildenstern when it comes up, who's not in the scene, I'd just appreciate it. You don't even.
I don't think Polonius is going to get killed fairly soon. So.
Okay. I would appreciate it. That's great, Angus. That would be wonderful.
And I can't, since I'm going to be face to face with him in a couple of scenes.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'll do Guildenstern whenever I can. Okay.
Okay, great. And if you can also do the other Gravedigger, the clown, the other clown in 5-1, that would be great.
The young one.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Who's the number one Gravedigger? Is that you, Tony?
That's me. Yes.
No, it's Derek.
Oh no, that's great. I actually played the Gravedigger, Scottish, in a production in Manhattan at one point.
Cool. All right.
Okay.
Great comic role.
And Julie, it looks like you're here twice, and I was like, why? What?
I don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I noticed that too.
Yeah.
I don't see you twice.
Are you in on your cell phone? Did you come in on a cell phone and a computer?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna remove you as Francisco. Okay. There we go.
Good.
There we are. So maybe that'll solve the sound problem.
Maybe.
Well, the other thing
I
is-
don't know why it's there.
Yeah.
The other thing, of course, is because Zoom keeps updating itself almost every week. it is worth making sure you're updated with
Yeah.
the latest version, because there are bugs all over the place that they're constantly fixing.
All right, 3 o'clock,
Yes.
so why don't we get started again?
Okay.
Act 3, Scene 2. Enter Hamlet and 2 or 3 of the players.
Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you, trippingly on the tongue. But if you mouth it, as many of your players do, I had lief the town crier it spoke my lines. Nor do not saw the air too much with your hand thus, but use all gently. From the very torrent, tempest, and as I may say, whirlwind of your passion, you must acquire and beget a temperance that may give it smoothness. Oh, it offends me to the soul to see a robustious periwig-pated fellow tear a passion to tatters, to very rags, to split the ears of the groundlings, who for the most part are capable of nothing but inexplicable dumb show and noise. I could have such a fellow whipped for o'erdoing termagant. It out Herod's Herod, pray you, avoid it.
I warrant, your honor.
Not too tame neither, but let your own discretion be your tutor. Suit the action to the word to the action. With this special observance, that you o'erstep not the modesty of nature, for anything so o'erdone, from the purpose of playing, whose end both at the first and now was and is, to hold us toward the mirror up to nature, to show virtue her own feature, scorn her own image, and the very age and body of the time his form and pressure. Now, this overdone or come tardy off, though it make the unskilful laugh, cannot but make the judicious grieve. The censure of the which one must in your allowance o'erweigh a whole theatre of others. Oh, there be players that I have seen play and heard others praise, and that thus highly, not to speak it profanely, that neither having the accent of Christians, nor the gait of Christian pagan or Norman, have so strutted and bellowed that I've thought some of nature's journeymen had made men and not made them well. They imitated humanity so abominably.
I hope we have reformed that indifferently with us, sir.
Oh, reform it altogether. And let those who play your clowns speak no more than is set down for them. For there be of them that will themselves laugh, to set on some quantity of barren spectators to laugh too, though in the meantime some necessary question of the play be then to be considered. That's villainous, and shows a most pitiful ambition in the fool that uses it. Go, make you ready. How now, my lord, will the king hear this piece of work?
And the Queen too, and that presently.
If the players make haste, will you two help to hasten them?
We
We will, my lord.
What? Oh, Horatio.
Here, sweet lord, at your service.
Horatio, thou art in as just a man as e'er my conversation co-opted withal.
Oh, my dear lord.
Nay, do not think I flatter. For what advancement may I hope from thee, that no revenue hast but thy good spirits to feed and clothe thee? Why should the poor be flattered? No, let the candied tongue like absurd pomp and crook the pregnant hinges of the knee, where thrift may follow feigning. Dost thou hear? Since my dear soul was mistress of my choice, and could of men distinguished, her election hath sealed thee for herself. For thou hast been as one in suffering all that suffers nothing. A man that fortune buffets and rewards hath ta'en with equal thanks, And blessed are those whose blood and judgment are so well commingled that they are not a pipe for fortune's finger to sound what stops she please. Give me that man that is not fortune's slave, and I will wear him in my heart's core, I in my heart of heart, as I do thee. Something too much of this. There is a play tonight before the king, one scene of which comes near the circumstance of which I told you of my father's death. I prithee, when thou seest that act afoot, even with the very comment of thy soul, observe mine uncle. If his occulted guilt do not itself unkennel in one speech, it is a damned ghost that I have seen, and my imaginations are as foul as Vulcan's scythe. Give him needful note, for I mine eyes will rivet to his face, and after we will both our judgments join to censure of his seeming.
Well, my lord, if he steal aught the whilst this play is playing and scape detecting, I will pay the theft.
Coming to the play, I must be idle. Get you a place.
How fares our cousin Hamlet?
Excellent in faith. Of the chameleon's dish, I eat the air promised crammed. You cannot fate capon, so.
I have nothing with this answer, Hamlet. These words are not mine.
No, nor mine. Now, my lord, you played once in the university, you say.
Oh, that I did, my lord, and was accounted a good actor.
And what did you enact?
I did enact Julius Caesar. I was killed in the Capitol. Brutus killed me.
It was a brute part of him to kill so capital a calf there. Be the players ready?
Aye, my lord. They stay upon your patience.
Hither, my good Hamlet, sit by me.
Oh, good mother. Here's metal more attractive.
Oh, no. Do you mark that?
Lady, shall I lie in your lap?
No, my lord.
I mean, my head upon your lap.
Aye, my lord.
Think I bet country matters?
I think nothing, my lord.
That's a fair thought to lie between maid's legs.
What is, my lord?
Nothing.
You are merry, my lord? Aye, my lord.
Oh, God, you're only jig maker. What should a man do but be merry? For look you how cheerful my mother looks, and my father died within 2 hours.
Nay, 'tis twice 2 months, my lord.
Even let the devil wear black, for I'll have a suit of sables. Oh, heavens, died 2 months ago and not forgotten yet? Well, there's hope a great man's memory may outlive his life half a year. But by a lady, he must build churches then, or else shall he suffer not thinking on. With the hobby horse, whose epitaph is, oh, the hobby horse is forgot.
Oh, boys play, the dumb show enters. Enter a king and queen very lovingly. The queen embracing him, she kneels and makes show of protestation unto him. He takes her up and declines his head upon her neck, lays him down upon a bank of flowers. She, seeing him asleep, leaves him. Anon comes in a fellow, takes off his crown, kisses it, and pours poison in the king's ear and exits. The queen returns, finds the king dead, and makes passionate action. The poisoner, with some 2 or 3 mutes, comes in again, seeming to lament with her. The dead body is carried away. The poisoner woos the queen with gifts. She seems loath and unwilling a while, but in the end accepts his love. Exeunt.
What means this, my lord?
Harry, this is minching milicho. That means mischief.
Belike this show imports the argument of the play?
You'll know by these fellows, the players cannot keep counsel. They'll tell all.
Will they tell us what this show meant?
Oh, any show that you'll show him. Be not you ashamed to show, he'll not shame to tell you what it means.
You are not. I'll mark the play.
For us and for our tragedy, here stooping to your clemency, we beg your bearing patiently.
It's a prologue or the posy of a ring?
'Tis brief, my lord.
As woman's love.
Full 30 times hath Phoebus' cart gone round Neptune's salt wash and Tellus' orbed ground, and 30 dozen moons with borrowed sheen about the world have times 12 30s been, since love our hearts and hymen did our hands unite commutual in most sacred bands.
So many journeys may the sun and moon make us again count o'er ere love be done. But woe is me, you are so sick of late, so far from cheer and from your former state that I distrust you. Yet, though I distrust, discomfort you, my lord, it nothing must. For woman's fear and love holds quantity in neither aught or in extremity. Now what my love is, proof hath made you know, and as my love is sized, my fear is so.
Faith, I must leave thee, love, and shortly too. My operant powers my functions leave to do, and thou shalt live in this fair world behind, honored, beloved, and haply one as kind. For husband shalt thou.
Oh, confound the rest! Such love must needs be treason in my breast. And second husband, let me be accursed. None wed the second, but who killed the first. The instances that second marriage move are base respects of thrift, but none of love. A second time I kill my husband dead, when second husband kisses me in bed.
I do believe you. Think what now you speak, but what we do determined oft we break. Purpose is but the slave to memory of violent birth, but poor validity, which now like fruit unripe sticks on the tree, but fall unshaken when they mellow be. Most necessary 'tis that we forget to pay ourselves what to ourselves is debt. What to ourselves is in passion we propose, the passion ending doth the purpose lose. The violence of other grief or joy, their own enactors with themselves destroy. Where joy most rebels, grief doth most lament. Grief joys, joy grieves on slender accident. This world is not for aye, nor 'tis not strange that even our loves should with our fortunes change. For 'tis a question left us yet to prove, whether love lead fortune, or else fortune love. The great man down, you mark his favorites flies, the poor advanced makes friends of enemies. And hitherto doth love on fortune tend, for who not needs shall never lack a friend. And who in want a hollow friend doth try, directly seizes him his enemy. But orderly to end where I begun, our wills and fates do so contrary run, that our devices still are overthrown. Our thoughts are ours, their ends none but our own. So think thou wilt no second husband wed, but die thy thoughts when thy first lord is dead.
Nor earth to me give food, nor heaven light. Sport and repose lock from me day and night. Each opposite that blanks the face of joy, meet what I would have well, and it destroy. Both here and hence, pursue me lasting strife. If once a widow, ever I be wife.
Break it now.
'Tis deeply sworn. Sweet, leave me here a while. My spirits grow dull, and fain I would beguile the tedious day with sleep.
Sleep, rock thy brain, and never come mischance between us twain.
Adam, how do you like this play?
The lady protests too much, methinks.
But she'll keep her word.
Have you heard the argument? Is there no offense in it?
No, they do but jest. Poison in jest. No offense in the world.
What do you call the play?
The Mousetrap. Marry how? Tropically, this play is the image of a murder done in Vienna. Gonzago's the Duke's name, his wife Baptista. You shall see anon, 'tis a knavish piece of work. But what of that? Your Majesty, and we that have free souls, it touches us not. Let the gold jade wince, our withers are unwrung. This is young Lucianus, nephew to the king.
You are a good chorus, my lord.
I could interpret between you and your love if I could see the puppets dallying.
You are keen, my lord, you are keen.
Cost you a groaning to take off my edge.
Still better and worse.
So you mistake husbands. Oh, begin, murderer, pox, leave thy damnable faces. Begin. Come, the croaking raven doth bellow for revenge.
Thoughts, black hands, apt, drugs, fit. Time agreeing, confederate season, else no creature seeing. Thou mixture rank of midnight weeds collected, with Hecate's ban thrice blasted, thrice infected, thy natural magic and dire property, unwholesome life, usurp immediately.
Pours the poison in the king's ears.
Poisons him in the garden for his estate. His name's Gonzago. The story is extant and written in choice Italian. You shall see anon how the murderer gets the love of Gonzago's wife.
The king rises.
What? Frighted with false fire?
How fares my lord?
Give all the play.
Give me some lights! Away!
Lights! Lights!
Exeunt men at Hamlet and Horatio.
Why, let the strucken deer go weep, the heart ungalled play, for some much watch and some must sleep, so runs the world away. How would not this, sir, and a forest of feathers, if the rest of my fortunes turned Turk with me, with 2 provincial roses on my raced shoes, give me a fellowship and a cry of players, sir.
Half a share.
A whole one eye, for thou dost know, O Damon dear, this realm dismantled was of Jove himself, and now reigns here a very, very paycock.
You might have rhymed.
Oh, good Horatio, I'll take the ghost's word for 1,000 pounds. Didst perceive?
Very well, my lord.
Upon the talk of the poisoning.
I did very well note him.
Oh, come now, some music. Come, ye recorders. If the king like not the comedy, why then belike he likes it not, perdie. Come, some music.
Good my lord, vouchsafe a word with you.
Sir, a whole history.
The king, sir,
Aye, sir, what of him?
is in his retirement, marvellous distempered.
Drink, sir?
Oh, no, my lord, rather with choler.
Your wisdom should show itself more richer to signify this to his doctor. For me to put him to his purgation would perhaps plunge him into far more choler.
Oh, good my lord, put your discourse into some frame and start not so wildly from my affair.
I am tame, sir, pronounce.
The queen, your mother, in most great affliction of spirit, has sent me to you.
You are welcome.
Nay, good my lord, this courtesy is not of the right breed. If it please you to make me a wholesome answer, I will do your mother's commandment. If not, your pardon and my return shall be the end of my business.
Sir, I cannot
What, my lord?
make you a wholesome answer. My wit's diseased. But, sir, such answers as I can make, you shall command. Or rather, you say my mother, therefore no more but's the matter. My mother, you say?
And thus she says, your behavior hath struck her into amazement and admiration.
Wonderful son, that could so astonish a mother. But is there no sequel to the heels of this mother's admiration?
She desires to speak with you in her closet ere you go to bed.
Shall obey were she 10 times our mother. Have you further trade with us?
My lord, you once did love me.
But you still, by these pickers and stealers.
My lord, what is your cause of distemper? You do freely bar the door of your own liberty if you deny your griefs your friend.
Sir, I lack advancement.
How can that be, when you have the voice of the king himself for your succession in Denmark?
Aye, but why the grass grows, the proverb is somewhat musty. Oh, the recorder. Let me see. Withdraw for you. Why do you go about to recover the wind of me as if you would drive me into a toil?
Oh, my lord, if my duty to be too bold, my love is too unmannerly.
I do not understand that. Will you play upon this pipe?
Oh, my lord, I cannot.
I pray you.
Believe me, I cannot.
I do beseech you.
I know no touch of it, my lord.
As easy as lying. Govern these vintages with your finger and thumb, give it breath with your mouth, and it will discourse most excellent music. Look you, these are the stops.
But these cannot I command to any utterance of harmony. I have not the skill.
I look you now, how unworthy a thing you make of me. You would play upon me. You would seem to know my stops. You would pluck out the heart of my mystery. You would sound me from the lowest note to the top of my compass. And there is much music, excellent voice in this little organ. Yet cannot you make it? What? Do you think I am easier to be played on than a pipe? Call you what instrument you will, though you can fret me, you cannot play upon me. God bless you, sir.
My lord, the queen would speak with you, and presently.
See that cloud that's almost in the shape of a camel?
By the miss, it's like a camel indeed.
Thinks it's like a weasel.
It is backed like a weasel.
Or like a whale.
Oh, very like a whale.
Then I will come to my mother by and by. They fool me to the top of my bench. I will come by and by.
I will say so.
By and by is easily said. Leave me, friends. 'Tis now the very witching time of night, when churchyards yawn and hell itself breathes out contagion to this world. How could I drink hot blood and do such bitter business as the day would quake to look on? Soft now. To my mother. O heart, lose not thy nature. Let not ever the soul of Nero enter this firm bosom. Let me be cruel, not unnatural. I will speak daggers to her, but use none. My tongue and soul in this be hypocrites. How in my words soever she be shent, to give them seals, Never, my soul, consent.
Act 3, Scene 3, enter King Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
I like him not, nor scans it safe with us to let his madness rage. Therefore, prepare you. I, for your commission, will forthwith dispatch, and he to England shall along with you. The terms of our estate may not endure hazard so dangerous as does hourly grow out of his lunacies.
We will ourselves provide most holy and religious fear it is to keep those many, many bodies safe that live and feed upon your majesty.
Single and peculiar life is bound with all the strength and armor of the mind to keep itself from annoyance, but much more, that spirit upon whose spirit depends and rests, the lives of so many, the cease of majesty dies not alone, but like a gulf doth draw what's near it with it. It is a massive wheel fixed on the summit of the highest mount, to whose huge spokes 10,000 lesser things are mortised and adjoined, which when it falls, each small annexment, petty consequence attends the boisterous ruin. Never alone did the king sigh, but with a general groan.
Arm you, I pray you, to this speedy voyage. For we will fetters put upon this fear which now goes too free-footed.
We will haste us.
My lord, he is going to his mother's closet. Behind the arras I'll convey myself to hear the process. Warrant she'll tax him home. And as you said, and wisely was it said, 'tis meet that some more audience than a mother, since nature makes them partial, should o'erhear the speech of advantage. Fare you well, my liege. I'll call upon you ere you go to bed and tell you what I know.
Thanks, my lord. Oh, my offense is rank. It smells to heaven. It hath the primal eldest curse upon it. A brother's murder. Oh, pray, can I not? Though inclination be as sharp as wit, my stronger guilt defeats my strong intent, and like a man to double business bound, I stand and pause where I shall first begin and both neglect. Oh, what if this cursed hand were thicker than itself with brother's blood? Is there not rain enough in the sweet heavens to wash it white as snow? Oh, whereto serves mercy but to confront the visage of offense? And what's in prayer but this twofold force to be forestalled ere we come to fall, or pardon being down? Then I'll look up. My fault is past. But what form of prayer can serve my turn? Forgive me my foul murder? That cannot be, since I am still possessed of those effects for which I did the murder. My crown, mine own ambition, and my queen. May one be pardoned and retain the offense. In the corrupted currents of this world, offense's gilded hand may shove by justice, and oft 'tis seen the wicked prize itself buys out the law. But 'tis not so above. There's no shuffling. There the action lies in its true nature, and we ourselves compelled even to the teeth and forehead of our faults to give an evidence. What then? What rests? Try what repentance can when it cannot. What it can when one cannot repent. Oh, wretched state! Oh, bosom of black as death, alive and soul, that's struggling to be free and more engaged. Help, angels. Make us say. Bow, stubborn knees, and heart with strings of steel, be soft as sinews of the newborn babe. all may be well.
Now might I do it, Pat. Now he is praying. And now I'll do it. And so he goes to heaven. And so am I revenged? This would be scanned. A villain kills my father, and for that I, his sole son, do this same villain send to heaven. Oh, this is higher in salary, not revenge. He took my father grossly, full of bread, with all his crimes broad blown as flush as May. And how his audit stands, who knows save heaven? But in our circumstance and course of thought, 'tis heavy with him. And am I then revenged to take him in the purging of his soul, when he is fit and seasoned for his passage?
No.
No. Up sword, and know thou a more horrid hent, when he is drunk, asleep, or in his rage, or in the incestuous pleasure of his bed, at gaming, swearing, or about some act that hath no relish of salvation in it. Then trip him, that his heels may kick at heaven, and his soul may be as damned and black as hell whereto it goes. My mother stays. This physic but prolongs thy sickly days.
My words fly up. My thoughts remain below. Words without thoughts never to heaven go.
He will come straight. Look you lay home to him. Tell him his pranks have been too broad to bear with, and that your grace has screened and stood between much heat and him. I'll silence me in here. Pray you be round with him.
Mother! Mother! Mother!
I'll warrant you, fear me not. Withdraw, I hear him coming.
Now, mother, what's the matter?
Hamlet, thou hast thy father much offended.
Mother, you have my father much offended.
Come, come, you answer with an idle tongue.
Go, go, you question with a wicked tongue.
How now, Hamlet?
What's the matter now?
Have you forgot me?
No, by the rood, not so. You are the queen, your husband's brother's wife. But would it were not so, you are my mother.
Nay, then I'll set those to you that can speak.
Come, come, and sit you down. You shall not budge. You go not till I set you up a glass where you may see the inmost part of you.
What wilt thou do? Thou wilt not murder me. Help! Help! How?
What? Oh, help, help, help!
How now? A rat? Dead for a ducat! Dead!
Oh, I am slain!
Oh, me! What hast thou done?
Nay, I know not. Is it the king?
Oh, what a rash and bloody deed is this!
A bloody deed. Almost as bad, good mother, as kill a king and marry with his brother.
As kill a king?
Aye, lady. 'Twas my word. Thou wretched, rash, intruding fool. Farewell. I took thee for thy better. Take thy fortune. Thou find'st to be too busy is some danger. Leave wringing of your hands. Peace! Sit you down, and let me wring your heart, for so I shall if it be made of penetrable stuff, if damned custom have not brazed it so that it is proof and bulwark against sense.
What have I I done, that thou darest wag thy tongue in noise so rude against me?
Such an act that blurs the grace and blush of modesty, calls virtue hypocrite, takes off the rose from the fair forehead of an innocent love, and makes a blister there, makes marriage vows as false as dice oaths. Oh, such a deed, as from the body of contraction plucks the very soul, and sweet religion makes a rhapsody of words. Heaven's face doth glow. Yea, this solidity and compound mass with tristful visage as against the doom is thought sick at the act.
What act that roars so loud and thunderous in the index?
Look here, upon this picture, and on this, the counterfeit presentment of two brothers. See what a grace was seated on this brow. Hyperion's curls, the front of Jove himself, an eye like Mars to threaten or command, a station like the herald Mercury, new lighted on a heaven-kissing hill. A combination and a form indeed, where every god did seem to set his seal to give the world assurance of a man. This was your husband. Look you now what follows. Here is your husband, like a mildewed ear blasting his wholesome breath. Have you eyes? Could you on this fair mountain leave to feed and batten on this moor? Have you eyes? You cannot call it love, for at your age the heyday in the blood is tame, it's humble, and waits upon the judgment. And what judgment would step from this to this? What devil was it that thus has cozened you in hoodman blind? Oh, shame, where is thy blush? Rebellious hell, if thou canst mutine in a matron's bones to flaming youth, let virtue be as wax and melt in her own fire. Proclaim no shame when the compulsive ardor gives the charge, since frost itself as actively doth burn as reason panders will.
Oh, Hamlet, speak no more. Thou turn'st mine eyes into my very soul, and there I see such black and grained spots as will not leave their tint.
Nay, but to live in the rank sweat of an enseamed bed, stewed in corruption, honeying and making love over the nasty sty.
Oh, speak to me no more. These words like daggers enter into mine ears. No more.
A murderer and a villain, a slave that is not 20th part the tithe of your precedent lord, a vice of kings, a cutlass of the empire and the rule, that from a shelf the precious diadem stole and put it in his pocket.
No more.
A king of shreds and patches. Save me and hover over me with your wings, you heavenly guards. What would your gracious figure?
He's mad.
Do you not come your tardy son to chide? That lapsed in time and passion lets go by the important acting of your dread command? Oh, say. Do not forget. This visitation is but to whet thy almost blunted purpose. But look, amazement on thy mother sits. Oh, step between her and a fighting soul. Conceit in weakest bodies strongest works. Speak to her, Hamlet. How is it with you, lady?
Alas, how is it with you, that you bend your eye on vacancy, and with their corporal air do hold discourse? For that your eyes, your spirits wildly peep, and as the sleeping soldiers in the alarm, your bedded hair, like life in excrement, start up and stand on end. Oh, gentle son, upon the heat and flame of thy distemper sprinkle cool patience. Whereon do you look?
On him. On him. Look you how pale he glares. His form and countenance conjoined, preaching to stones would make them capable. Do not look upon me, lest with this piteous action you convert my stern intents. Then what I have to do will want true color, tears perchance for blood.
To who do you speak this?
Do you see nothing there?
Nothing at all. Yet all that is, I see.
Nor did you nothing hear?
No, nothing but ourselves.
Why, look you there. Look how it steals away. My father in his habit as he lived. Look where he goes even now, out of the portal.
Oh, this is the very coinage of your brain. This bodiless creation. Ecstasy is very cunning in.
Ecstasy. My pulses yours that still temperately keep time and makes his healthful music. It is not madness that I have uttered. Bring me to the test, and I the matter will reword which madness would gamble from. Mother, for love of grace, lay not a flattering unction to your soul, that not your trespass, but my madness speaks. It will but skin and film the ulcerous place, whilst rank corruption, mining all within, infects unseen. Confess yourself to heaven. Repent what's past. Avoid what is to come. And do not spread the compost on the weeds to make them rank. Oh, forgive me this, my virtue. For in the fatness of these pursy times, virtue itself of vice must beg. Virtue itself of vice must pardon beg. Yea, curb and woe for leave to do him good.
Oh, Hamlet, thou hast cleft my heart in twain.
Oh, throw away the worser part of it, and live the purer with the other half. Good night. But go not to mine uncle's bed. Assume a virtue if you have it not. Refrain tonight, and that shall lend a kind of easiness to the next abstinence. Once more, good night. And when you are desirous to be blessed, I'll blessing beg of you. For this same Lord, I do repent. But heaven hath pleased it so to punish me with this, and this with me, that I must be their scourge and minister. I will bestow him, and will answer well the death I gave him. So again, good night. I must be cruel, only to be kind. Thus bad begins, and worse remains behind.
What shall I do?
Not this by no means that I bid you do. Let the bloat king tempt you again to bed, pinch wanton on your cheek, call you his mouse, and let him for a pair of reechy kisses, or paddling in your neck with his damned fingers, make you to ravel all this matter out. That I, essentially, am not in madness, but mad in craft. 'Twere good you let him know. For who that's but a queen, fair, sober, wise, would from a paddock, from a bat, a jib such dear concernings hide? Huh? Who would do so? No, in despite of sense and secrecy, unpeg the basket on the house's top, let the birds fly, and let the famous ape to try conclusions in the basket creep, and break your own neck down.
Be thou assured, if words be made of breath, and breath of life, I have no life to breathe what thou hast said to me.
I must to England. You know that.
Alack, I forgot. But 'tis so concluded on.
This man shall set me packing. I'll lug the guts into the neighbor room. Mother, good night. Indeed, this counselor is now most still, most secret, and most grave. Who was in life a foolish, prating knave. Come, sir, to draw toward an end with you. Good night, mother.
Exit Hamlet, tugging Polonius. Actus quartus, scena prima, enter the king.
There's matters in these sighs, these profound heaves you must translate. 'Tis fitted we understand them. Where's your son?
Ah, my good lord, what have I seen tonight?
What, Gertrude? How does Hamlet?
Oh, mad as the seas, and wind, when both contend which is the mightier. In his lawless fit behind the arras, hearing something stir, he whips his rapier out and cries, "A rat, a rat!" And in his brainish apprehension, kills the unseen good old man.
Oh, heavy deed. It had been so with us had we been there. His liberty is full of threats to all, to you, yourself, to us, to everyone. Alas, how shall this bloody deed be answered? It will be laid on us, whose providence should have kept short, restrained, and out of heart this mad young man. But so much was our love, we would not understand what was most fit. But like the owner of a foul disease, to keep it from divulging, let it feed even on the pith of life. Where is he gone?
To draw apart the body he hath killed, or whom his very madness, like some ore among a mineral of metal's base, shows itself pure. He weeps for what is done.
Oh, Gertrude, come away. The sun no sooner shall shine, the mountains touch, but we will ship him hence, and this vile deed we must, with all our majesty and skill, both countenance and excuse. Oh, Guildenstern! Friends, both join you with some further aid. Hamlet, in madness, has Polonius slain, and from his mother's closet hath he dragged him. Go, seek him out, speak fair, and bring the body into the chapel. I pray you haste in this. Come, Gertrude, we'll call upon our wisest friends to let them know both what we mean to do and what's untimely done. Oh, come away. My soul is full of discord and dismay.
Actus quartus, scena secunda, enter Hamlet.
Safely stowed.
Hamlet! Lord Hamlet!
Hamlet!
What noise? Who calls on Hamlet? Uh-huh. Here they come.
What have you done, my lord, with the dead body?
Compounded it with dust, whereto 'tis kin.
Tell us where it is, that we may take it thence and bear it to the chapel.
Do not believe it.
Believe what?
That I can keep your counsel and not mine own. Besides, to be demanded of a sponge, what replication should be made by the son of a king?
Take you me for a sponge, my lord?
Aye, sir. One that soaks up the king's countenance, his rewards, his authorities. But such officers do the king best service in the end. He keeps them like an ape in the corner of his jaw, first mouthed, to be last swallowed. When he needs which was gleaned, it is but squeezing you, and sponge, you shall be dry again.
I understand you not, my lord.
I am glad of it. A knavish speech sleeps in a foolish ear.
My lord, you must tell us where the body is and go with us to the king.
The body is with the king, but the king is not with the body. The king is a thing
A thing, my lord?
of no thing. Bring me to him. Hide, fox, and all after!
I have sent to seek him and to find the body. How dangerous is it that this man goes loose, yet must we not put the strong law on him? He's loved of the distracted multitude who like in their own judgments, but their eyes are where 'tis so the offender scourged his way, but nearer the offense. To bear all smooth and even, this sudden sending him away must seem deliberate. Pause. Diseases, desperate grown, by desperate appliance are relieved, or not at all. How now? What hath befallen?
Where the dead body is bestowed, my lord, we cannot get from him.
Where is he?
Without, my lord, guarded to know your pleasure.
Bring him before us.
Oh, Guildenstern, bring him, my lord.
Now, Hamlet, where's Polonius?
At supper.
At supper? Where?
Not where he eats, but where he is eaten. A certain convocation of worms are e'en at him. Your worm is your only emperor for diet. We fat all creatures to fat us, and we fat ourselves for maggots. Your fat king and your lean beggar is but variable service. 2 dishes, but to 1 table. That's the end.
What does thou mean by this?
Nothing. But to show you how a king may go a progress through the guts of a beggar.
Where is Polonius?
In heaven. Send thither to see. If your messenger find him not there, seek him in the other place yourself. But indeed, if you find him not within this month, you shall nose him as you go up the stairs into the lobby.
Go seek him there.
He will stay till you come.
Hamlet, this deed of thine, for thine especial safety, which we do tender, as we dearly grieve for that which thou hast done, must send thee hence with fiery quickness. Therefore, prepare thyself. The bark is ready and the wind at help. The associates 10 and everything at bent for England.
For England?
Aye, Hamlet.
Good.
So is it, if thou knewest our purposes.
I see a cherub that sees him. But come, for England. Farewell, dear mother.
My loving father, Hamlet.
My mother. Father and mother is man and wife. Man and wife is one flesh. And so, my mother. But come, for England.
Follow him at foot. Tempt him with speed aboard. Delay it not. I'll have him hence tonight away, for everything is sealed and done that else leans on this affair. Pray you make haste, and England, if my love thou hold'st at aught, as my great power thereof may give thee sense, since yet this cicatrice looks raw and red after the Danish sword, and thy free awe pays homage to us, thou mayest not coldly set our sovereign process, which imports at full, by letters conjuring to that effect, the present death of Hamlet. Do it, England. For like the hectic in my blood he rages, and thou must cure me. Till I know 'tis done, ere my haps, my joys were ne'er begun.
Go, Captain, from me greet the Danish king. Tell him that by his license Fortinbras claims the conveyance of a promised march o'er his kingdom. You know the rendezvous. If that his majesty would aught with us, we shall express our duty in his eye, and let him know so.
I will do it, my lord.
Go safely on.
I will not speak with her.
She is importunate, indeed distract. Her mood will needs be pitied.
What would she have?
She speaks much of her father, says she hears there's tricks in the world, and hems and beats her heart, spurns enviously at straws, speaks things in doubt that carry but half sense. Her speech is nothing, yet the unshaped use of it doth move the hearers to collection. They aim at it and botch the words up, fit to their own thoughts, which, as her winks and nods and gestures yield them, indeed would make one think there would be thought, though nothing sure, yet much unhappily.
Oh, 'twere good she was spoken with, for she may strew dangerous conjectures in ill-breeding minds. Let her come in. To my sick soul, as sin's true nature is, each toy seems prologue to some greater miss. So full of artless jealousy is guilt, it spills itself in fearing to be spilt.
Where is the beauteous majesty of Denmark?
How now, Ophelia?
How should I your true love know from another one? By his cockle hat and staff and his sandals shown.
Alas, sweet lady, what imports this song?
Say you? Nay, pray you, mark. He is dead and gone, lady, he is dead and gone. At his head a grass-green turf, at his heels a stone.
Nay, but Ophelia.
Pray you, mark. White his shroud as the mountain snow.
Oh, alas, but look here, my lord.
Larded with sweet flowers, which bewept to the grave did not go, with true love showers.
Oh, do you, pretty lady?
Well, God dild you. They say the owl was a baker's daughter. Lord, we know what we are, but know not what we may be. God be at your table.
Conceit upon her father.
Pray you, let's have no words of this. But when they ask you what it means, say you this. Tomorrow is St. Valentine's Day, all in the morning betime, and I am made at your window to be your Valentine. Then up he rose and donned his clothes and ducked the chamber door. Let in the maid, that out a maid never departed more.
Pretty Ophelia.
Indeed, love, without an oath I'll make an end on it. By Guess and by St. Clarity, alack and fie for shame. Young men will do it, if they come to it. By cock they are to blame. Quoth she, before you tumbled me, you promised me to wed. So what I have done by yonder sun, and thou hast not come to my bed.
How long has she been this?
I hope all will be well. We must be patient. But I cannot choose but weep to think that they should lay him in the cold ground. My brother shall know of it. And so I thank you for your good counsel. Come, my coach. Good night, ladies. Good night, sweet ladies. Good night. Good night.
Follow her close. Give her a good watch, I pray you. This is the poison of deep grief. It springs all from her father's death. Oh, Gertrude, Gertrude, when sorrows come, they come not like single spies, but in battals. First her father slain, next your son is gone, and he, most violent author of his own just remove. The people muddle, thick and unwholesome in their thoughts, and whispers for good Polonius' death. And we have done but greenly and hug-a-mugger to inter him. Oh, poor Ophelia, divided from herself and her fair judgment, without the which we are pictures or mere beasts. Last, and as much containing all these, her brother is in secret, comes from France, keeps on his wonder, keeps himself in clouds, and wants not buzzards to infect his ear with pestilent speeches of his father's death, where necessity of matter beggared, with nothing stick out persons to arraign and ear and ear. Ah, my dear Gertrude, this is like to a murdering peace in many places, gives me superfluous death.
What noise is this?
Where's my Switzers? Let them guard the door. What's the matter?
Save yourself, my lord. The ocean, over-peering of this list, eats not the flats with most impitious haste than young Laertes in a riotous head, or bears your officers. The rabble call him lord, and as the world were now to begin, antiquity forgot, custom not known, the ratifiers and props of every word, they cry, choose we? Laertes shall be king, caps, hands, and tongues applauded to the crowds. Laertes shall be king, Laertes king.
Oh, cheerfully on the false trail they cry. Oh, this is counter, you false Danish dogs.
The doors are broke.
Where's the king, sirs? Stand you all without.
No, let us come in.
I pray you, give me leave.
We will, we will.
I thank you, keep the door. Oh, thou vile king, give me my father.
Calmly, good Laertes.
That drop of blood that calms proclaims me bastard, quite cuckold to my father, brands the harlot even here between the chaste unsmirched brow of my true mother.
What is thy cause, Laertes, that thy rebellion looks so giant-like? Let him go, Gertrude. Do not fear our person. There's such divinity doth hedge a king, that treason can but peep to what it would, acts little of his will. Tell me, Laertes, what art thou incensed? Let him go, Gertrude. Speak, man.
Where's my father?
He's dead.
But not by him.
Let him demand his fill.
How came he dead? I'll not be juggled with. To hell allegiance, vows to the blackest devil, conscience and grace to the profoundest pit. I dare damnation. To this point I stand, that both the worlds I give to negligence, let come what comes. Only I'll be revenged most thoroughly from my father.
Who shall stay you?
I will, not all the world. And for my means I'll husband them so well they should go far with little.
Good Laertes, if you desire to know the certainty of your dear father's death, if writ in your revenge that soup stake you will draw both friend and foe, winner and loser.
None but his enemies.
Will you know them then?
His good friends, thus wide and open my arms, and like the kind life-rendering politician repass them with my blood.
Now you speak like a good child and a true gentleman, that I am guiltless of your father's death and most sensible in grief for it. It shall as level to your judgment pierce as day does to your eye.
Now, what noise is that? Oh, heat dry up my brains. Tears 10 times salt burn out the sense and virtue of mine eye. My heaven, thy madness shall be paid by weight till our scales turn the beam. Oh, Rose of May, dear maid, kind sister, sweet Ophelia. Oh, heavens, is it possible a young maid's wit should be as mortal as an old man's life? Nature's fine in love, and where 'tis find it sends some precious instant of itself after the thing it loves.
They bore him barefaced on the bier. Hey, nonny, nonny, hey, nonny. And on his grave rains many a tear. Fare you well, my dove.
Hadst thou thy wits, and didst persuade revenge, it could not move thus.
You must sing down a down, and you call him a down. Oh, how the wheel becomes it. It is the false steward that stole his master's daughter.
Nothing's more than matter.
There's rosemary. That's for remembrance. Pray, love, remember. And there's peonies. That's for thoughts.
Documented madness, thoughts and remembrance fitted.
There's fennel for you and columbines. There's rue for you. And here's some for me. We may call it her grace on Sundays. Oh, you must wear your rue with a difference. There's a daisy. I would give you some violets, but they withered all when my father died. They say he made a good end. For bonny sweet Robin is all my joy.
Affliction, passion, hell itself. She turns to favor and to prettiness.
And will he not come again? And will he not come again? No, no, he is dead. Go to thy deathbed. He will never come again. His beard as white as snow, all flaxen was his poll. He is gone, he is gone. And we cast away none. Have mercy on his soul. And of all Christian souls, I pray God, God by
Gods.
Laertes, I must comment with your grief, or you deny me right. Go but apart, make choice of whom your wisest friends you will, and they shall hear and judge twixt you and me. If by direct or by collateral hand they find us touch, we will our kingdom give, our crown, our life, and all that we call ours to you in satisfaction. But if not, be you content to lend us your patience to us, and we shall jointly labor with your soul to give it due content.
Let this be so. His means of death, his obscure burial, no trophy, sword, nor hatchment o'er his bones, no noble rite nor formal ostentation cried to be heard as 'twere from heaven to earth, that I must call in question.
And so you shall. And what the offense is, that the great axe fall. I pray you, go with me.
What are they that would speak with me?
Sailors, sir. They say they have letters for you.
Let them come in. I do not know from what part of the world I should be greeted, if not from Lord Hamlet.
God bless you, sir.
Let him bless thee too.
He shall see, sir, and it please him. There's a letter for you, sir. It comes from the ambassadors that was bound for England. If your name be Horatio, as I am led to know it is.
Horatio, when thou shalt have o'erlooked this, give these fellows some means to the king. They have letters for him. Ere we were 2 days old at sea, a pirate, a very warlike appointment, gave us chase. Finding ourselves too slow of sail, we put on a compelled valor. In the grapple, I boarded them. On the instant they got clear of our ship, so I alone became their prisoner. They have dealt with me like thieves in mercy, but they knew what they did. I am to do a good turn for them. Let the king have the letters I have sent, and repair thou to me with as much haste as thou wouldst fly death. I have words to speak in your ear, will make thee dumb, yet are they much too light for the bore of the matter. These good fellows will bring thee where I am. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern hold their course for England. Of them I have much to tell thee. Farewell. He that thou knowest thine, Hamlet. Come, I will give you way for these your letters, and do it the speedier, that you may direct me to him from whom you brought them.
Now must your conscience my acquittance seal, and you must put me in your heart for friend, sith you have heard, and with a knowing ear, that he which hath your noble father slain pursued my life.
Well appears. But tell me, why you proceeded not against these fears, so crimeful and so capital in nature, and by your safety, wisdom, all things else, you mainly were stirred up.
For two special reasons, which may to you perhaps seem much unsinewed, and yet to me they are strong. The queen, his mother, lives almost by his looks, and for myself, my virtue or my plague, be in either which she so conjunctive to my life and soul, that as the stars move, but not in his sphere, I could not but by her. The other motive, why, to a public count I might not go, is the great love the general gender bear him, who dipping all his faults in their affection, would like the spring that turneth wood to stone, convert his guise to graces, so that my arrows, too slightly timbered for so loud a wind, would have reverted to my bow again, and not where I had aimed them.
And so I have a noble father lost, a sister driven into desperate terms, who was, if praises may go back again, stood challenger on mount of all the age for her perfections. But my revenge will come.
Take not your sleep for that. You must not think that we are made of stuff so flat and dull that we can let our beard be shook with danger and think it pastime. You shortly shall hear more. I loved your father, and we love ourselves, and that I hope will teach you to imagine. Now, what news? You, what news?
Letters from my lord, Hamlet. This to your majesty, this to the queen.
From Hamlet. Who brought them?
Sailors, my lord, they say. I saw them not. They were given me by Claudio. He received them.
Oh, Laertes, you shall hear them. Leave us. High and mighty, you shall know, I am sent naked on your kingdom. Tomorrow shall I beg leave to see your kingly eyes, when I shall, first asking your pardon thereunto, recount the occasions of my sudden and more strange return. Hamlet. What should this mean? Are all the rest come back, or is this some abuse or no such thing?
Give a hand.
It's just Hamlet's character, naked. In the postscript here, he says alone. Can you advise me?
I'm lost in it, my lord. But let him come. It warms the very sickness in my heart that I should live and tell him to his teeth, thus didst thou.
If it be so, Laertes, and how should it be so? How otherwise will you be ruled by me?
So you'll not o'errule me to a peace.
To thine own peace. If he be now returned, as checking at his voyage, and that he means no more to undertake it, I will work him to an exploit now ripe in my device, under the which he shall not choose but fall. And for his death no wind of blame shall breathe, but even his mother shall encharge the practice and call it accident. Some 2 months hence, there was a gentleman of Normandy I seen myself and served against the French, and they ran well on horseback. But this gallant had witchcraft in it. He grew into his seat to such a wondrous doing, brought his horses. Had he but encorpsed and demi-natured with the brave beast, so far he passed my thought that forgery of shapes and tricks come short of what he did.
A Norman, was it?
No, Norman.
Upon my life, Lamond?
Very sane.
I know him well. He is the brooch indeed and gem of all their nation.
He made confession of you and gave you such a masterly report for art and exercise in your defense, and for your rapier, most especially, that he cried out, "'Twould be a slight indeed if one could match you, sir." This report of his did Hamlet so envenom with his envy that he could do nothing but wish and beg your sudden coming over to play with him. Now out of this.
What out of this, my lord?
Laertes, was your father dear to you? Or are you like the painting of a sorrow, a face without a heart?
Ask you this.
Not that I think you did not love your father, but that I know love is begun by time, and that I see in passages of proof, time qualifies the spark and fire of it. Hamlet comes back. What would you undertake to show yourself your father's son indeed? More than in words.
To cut his throat in the church.
No place indeed should murder sanctuarize. Revenge should have no bounds. But good Laertes, will you do this? Keep close within your chamber. Hamlet returns, shall know you are come home. We'll put on these, shall praise your excellence, and set in a double varnish on the fame the Frenchman gave you. Bring you in fine together, and wager on your heads. He being remiss, most generous, and free from all contriving, will not peruse the foils. So that with ease, or with a little shuffling, you may choose a sword unbaited, and in a pass of practice, requite him for your father.
Do it. And for that purpose, I'll anoint my sword. I bought an unction of a mountebank so mortal, I but dipped a knife in it where it draws blood. No cataplasm so rare, collected from all simples that have virtue under the moon, can save that thing from death. That is but scratched withal. I'll touch my point with that contagion, that if I gall him slightly, it may be death.
Let's further think of this, weigh what convenience both of time and means may fit us to our shape. I mean, if this should fail, and that our drift look through our bad performance, 'twere better not essayed. Therefore, this project should have a back or second that might hold if this should blast in proof. Soft, let me see. We'll make a solemn wager on your comings. When in your motion, you are hot and dry, as make your bows most violent to the end, and that he calls for drink, I'll have prepared him a chalice for the nonce, whereupon but sipping, if he by chance escape your venom stuck, our purpose may hold there. How, sweet queen?
One woe doth tread upon another's heel, so fast they follow. Your sister's drowned, Laertes.
Out. Oh, where?
There is a willow grows aslant a brook that shows his hoar leaves in the glassy stream. There, with fantastic garlands, did she come of crowflowers, nettles, daisies, and long purples that liberal shepherds give a grosser name, but our cold maids do dead men's fingers call them. There, on the pendant boughs, the coronet weeds clambering to hang, an envious sliver broke when down the weedy trophies and herself fell in the weeping brook. Her clothes spread wide, and mermaid-like a while they bore her up, which time she chanted snatches of old tunes as one incapable of her own distress, or like a creature native and endued unto that element. but long it could not be, till that her garments, heavy with her drink, pulled the poor wretch from her melodious by to muddy death.
She drowned?
Drowned. Drowned.
For I forbid my tears. And yet it is our trick nature her custom holds. Let shame say what he will. When these things are gone, the woman will be out. Adieu, my lord. I have a speech of fire that fain would blaze, but that this folly doubts it.
Let's follow, Gertrude. How much I had to do to calm his rage, now fear I will this will start it again. Therefore, let's follow.
Is she to be buried in a Christian burial that willfully seeks her own salvation?
I tell ye, she is, and therefore make her grave straight. The crowner hath set on her and finds it Christian burial.
How can that be, unless she drowned herself in her own defense?
Oh, like is found so.
It must be, say, a fendendo. It cannot be else. But here lies the point. If I drown myself willingly, it argues an act, and an act has three branches. It is an act to do and to perform. Argal, she'll drown herself wittingly.
Aye, but hear you, Goodman Delver.
Give me leave. Here lies the water. Good. Here stands the man. Good. If man go to the water and drown himself, it is willy-nilly he goes. Mark you that? But if the water come to him and drown him, he drowns not himself. Argal, he is that guilty, not guilty of his own death, shortens not his own life.
But is this law?
I marry it is. Crowner's Quest law.
Well, you have the truth on. If this had not been a gentlewoman, she should have been buried out of Christian burial.
Why, there thou sayest. And the more pity that great folk should have countenance in this world to drown or hang themselves, more than they're even Christian. Come, my spade, there is no ancient gentleman but gardeners, ditchers, and grave makers. They hold up Adam's profession.
Was he a gentleman?
Oh, he was the first that ever bore arms.
Well, he had none.
What, art thou a heathen? How doth thou understand the scripture? The scripture says Adam digged. How could he dig without arms? How about another question to thee? If thou answerest me not to the purpose, confess thyself.
Oh, go to.
What is he that builds stronger than either the mason, the shipwright, or the carpenter?
Oh, the gallows maker. For that frame outlives 1,000 tenants.
I like thee well in good faith. The gallows does well, but how does it well? It does well to those that do ill. Now, thou dost ill to say the gallows is built stronger than the church. Argal, the gallows may do well to thee. Do it again.
But who milled stronger than a mason, a shipwright, or a carpenter?
Aye, tell me that and unyoke.
Oh, marry, now I can tell.
To it.
Oh, Mass, I cannot.
Cudgel thy brains no more about it, for your dull ass will not mend his pace with beating. And when you are asked this question next, say a grave maker. The houses he makes last till doomsday. Go, get thee to yawn, fetch me a stoup of liquor.
Yeah.
In youth, when I did love, me thought it was very sweet to contract the time for on my own behove. Oh, me thought there was nothing meet.
Has this fellow no feeling of his business that he sings at grave making?
Custom hath made it in him a property of easiness.
'Tis e'en so. The hand of little employment hath the daintier sense.
But age with his stealing steps hath caught me in his clutch, and hath shipped me until the land is if I'd never been such.
That skull had a tongue in it, and could sing once. How the knave jowls it to the ground as if it were Cain's jawbone that did the first murder. It might be the pate of a politician which this ass o'er offices, one that could circumvent God, might it not?
It might, my lord.
Or of a courtier, which could say, "Good morrow, sweet lord, how dost thou, good lord?" This might be my lord such a one that praised my lord such a one's horse when he meant to beg it, might it not?
Aye, my lord.
Why, e'en so. And now my lady worms, chapless and knocked about the mazard with a sexton's spade. Here's fine revolution if we had the trick to see it. Did these bones cost no more the breeding but to play at loggets with them? Ooh, mine ache to think on't.
A pickaxe and a spade, and a shrouding sheet. Oh, a pit of clay for two be made, for such a guest is meet.
There's another. Why might not that be the skull of a lawyer? Where be his quittets now, his quillets, his cases, his tenures, and his tricks? Why does he suffer this rude knave now to knock him about the sconce with a dirty shovel, and will not tell him of his action of battery? This fellow might be in his time a great buyer of land, with his statutes, his recognizances, his fines, his double vouchers, his recoveries. Is this the fine of his fines and the recovery of his recoveries, to have his fine pate full of fine dirt? Will his vouchers here vouch him no more of his purchases, and double ones too, than the length and breadth of a pair of indentures? The very conveyances of his lands will hardly lie in this box, and must the inheritor himself have no more? Huh?
Not a jot more, my lord.
Is not parchment made of sheepskins?
My lord, calfskins too.
They are sheep and calves that seek out assurance in that. I will speak to this fellow. Whose grave is this, sir?
Mine, sir. Oh, pit of clay for to be made, for such a guest is meet.
I think it be thine indeed, for thou liest in it.
You lie out on it, sir, and therefore it is not yours. For my part, I do not lie in it, yet it is mine.
Thou dost lie in it to be in it, and say it is thine. 'Tis for the dead, not for the quick. Therefore thou liest.
'Tis a quick lie, sir. Will away again from me to you.
What man dost thou dig it for?
No man, sir.
What woman then?
Well, none neither.
Who is to be buried in it?
One that was a woman, sir, but rest her soul, she's dead.
Oh. How absolute the knave is. We must speak by the card, or equivocation will undo us. By the Lord, Horatio, these 3 years I've taken note of it. The age has grown so picked that the toe of the peasant comes so near the heels of our courtier, he galls his kibe. How long hast thou been a grave maker?
Of all the days of the year, I came to it that day that our last King Hamlet o'ercame Fortinbras.
How long is that since?
Cannot you tell that? Every fool can tell that. It was the very day that young Hamlet was born, he that was mad and sent unto England.
Aye, marry. Why was he sent into England?
Why, because he was mad. He shall recover his wits there. If he do not, it's no great matter there.
Why?
'Twill not be seen in him. They're the men are as mad as he.
How came he mad?
Oh, very strangely, they say.
How strangely?
Faith, in with losing his wits.
Upon what ground?
Why, here in Denmark.
Oh.
16 here, man and boy 30 years.
How long will a man lie in the earth ere he rot?
If faith, if he be not rotten before he die, as we have seen many pocky corpses nowadays that will scarce hold the laying in, well, he will last you some 8 years, 9 years. A tanner will last you 9 years.
Why he more than another?
Why, sir, his hide is so tanned with his trade that he will keep out the water a great while. And your water is a sore decayer of your horse and dead body. Here's a skull now. This skull has lain in the earth 23 years.
Whose was it?
A horse and mad fellows it was. Whose do you think it was?
I know not.
A pestilence on him for a mad rogue. He poured a flagon of Rhenish on my head once. This same skull, sir, was Yorick's skull, the king's jester.
This?
You that?
Let me see. Alas, poor Yorick. I knew him, Horatio. A fellow of infinite jest, of most excellent fancy. He hath borne me on his back 1,000 times. But now how abhorred in my imagination it is. My gorge rises at it. Here hung those lips that I have kissed I know not how oft. Where be your jibes now? Your gambols, your songs, your flashes of merriment that were wont to set the table on a roar? Not one now to mock your own grinning? Quite chop-fallen? But now, get you to my lady's chamber, and tell her, let her paint an inch thick. To this favor she must come. Make her laugh at that. Prithee, Horatio, tell me one thing.
What's that, my lord?
Dost thou think Alexander looked of this fashion in the earth?
E'en so.
And smelt so?
E'en so, my lord.
To what base uses may we return, Horatio? Why may not imagination trace the noble dust of Alexander till he find it stopping a bunghole?
For to consider, too curiously to consider so.
Oh, no faith, not a jot, but to follow him thither with modesty enough and likelihood to lead it, as thus. Alexander died, Alexander was buried, Alexander returneth into dust. The dust is earth, of earth we make loam, and why of that loam, whereto he was converted, might they not stop a beer barrel? Imperial Caesar, dead and turned to clay, might stop a hole to keep the wind away. Oh, that earth which kept the world in awe should now patch a wall to expel the winter's flaw. But soft aside. Here comes the king, the queen, the courtiers. Who is this that they follow, and with such maimed rites? This doth betoken the course they followed did with desperate hand fordo its own life. 'Twas of some estate. Couch we a while and mark.
What ceremony else?
That is Laertes, a very noble youth. Mark.
What ceremony else?
Her obsequies have been as far enlarged as we have warrants. Her death was doubtful, and but the great command o'ersways the order, she should in ground unsanctified have lodged. Till the last trumpet, for charitable prayer, shards, flints, and pebbles should be thrown on her. Yet here she has allowed her virgin rites, her maiden struments, and the bringing home of bell and burial.
There no more be done?
No more be done. We should profane the service of the dead to sing sage requiem and such rest to her as to peace parted souls.
Lay her in the earth, and from her fair and unpolluted flesh may violets spring. I tell thee, churlish priest, a ministering angel shall my sister be when thou liest howling.
What? The fair Ophelia?
Sweets to the sweet, farewell. I hoped thou shouldst have been my Hamlet's wife. I thought thy bride bed to have decked, sweet maid, and not to have strewed thy grave.
Terrible war, full 10 times treble on that cursed head, whose wicked deed thy most ingenious sense deprived thee of. Hold off the earth for a while, till I have caught her once more in my arms. Now pile your dust upon the quick and dead, till of this flat a mountain you have made, to o'ertop old Pelion or the skyish head of blown Olympus.
What is he whose grief bears such an emphasis? Whose phrase of sorrow conjures the wandering stars and makes them stand like wonder-wounded heroes? This is I, Hamlet the Dane!
The devil take thy soul!
Thou prayest not well. Ah! I prithee take thy fingers from my throat. Sir, though I'm not splenitive and rash, yet have I something in me dangerous which let thy wiseness fear. Away thy hand!
Put them asunder!
Hamlet! Hamlet!
Why, I will fight with them upon this theme until my eyelids no longer wag.
Oh, my son, what theme?
I loved Ophelia. 40,000 brothers could not, with all their quantity of love, make up my sum. What wilt thou do for her?
He is mad, Laertes.
For the love of God, forbear him.
Come, show me what thou wilt do. Would weep, would fight, would tear thyself, would drink a basil, eat a crocodile, I'll do it. Dost thou come here to whine, to outface me with leaping in her grave? Be buried quick with her, and so will I. And if thou prate of mountains, let them throw millions of acres on us, till our ground, singeing his pate against the burning zone, make also like a wart. Nay, and I'll mouth, I'll rant as well as thou.
This is mere madness, and thus a while the fit will work on him, none as patient as the female dove, when that her golden couplet are disposed, his silence will sit drooping.
Hear you, sir. What is the reason you use me thus? I loved you ever. But 'tis no matter. Let Hercules himself do what he may. The cat will mew, and dog will have his day.
I pray you, good Horatio, wait upon him. Strengthen your patience in our last night's speech. We'll put the matter to the present push. Good Gertrude, set some watch over your son. This grave shall have a living monument. An hour of quiet shortly shall we see. Till then, in patience, our proceeding be.
So much for this, sir. Now, let me see the other. You do remember all the circumstance?
Remember it, my lord?
Sir, in my heart there was a kind of fighting that would not let me sleep. Methought I lay worse than the mutins in the bilboes. Rashly, and praised be rashness for it, let us know our indiscretion sometimes serves us well when our dear plots do pall, and that should teach us there's a divinity that shapes our ends, rough view them how we will.
That is most certain.
Up from my cabin, my sea gown scarped about me in the dark, groped I to find out them, had my desire, fingered their packet, and in fine withdrew to mine own room again, making so bold, my fears forgetting manners, to unseal their grand commission. Where I found Horatio, oh, royal knavery, an exact command, larded with many several sorts of reason, importing Denmark's health, and England's too, with such bugs and goblins in my life, that on the supervise, no leisure bated, no, not to stay the grinding of the axe. My head should be struck off.
Is it possible?
Here's the commission. Read it at more leisure. But wilt thou hear me how I did proceed?
I beseech you.
Being thus benetted round with villainies, ere I could make a prologue for my brains, they had begun the play. I sat me down, devised a new commission, wrote it fair. I once did hold it, as our statists do, a baseness to write fair, and labored much how to forget that learning. But, sir, now it did me yeoman service. Wilt thou know the effects of what I wrote?
Aye, good my lord.
An earnest conjuration from the king. As England was his faithful tributary, as love between them as the palm should flourish, as peace should still her wheaten garland wear, and stand a comma between their amities, and many such like ases of great charge, that on the view and know of these contents, without debatement further, more or less, he should the bearers put to sudden death, not shriving time allowed.
How was this sealed?
Why, even in that was heaven ordinate. I had my father's signet in my purse, which was the model of that Danish seal, folded the writ up in form of the other, subscribed it, gave the impression, placed it safely, the changeling never known. Now the next day was our sea fight, and what to this was seaman, thou knowst already.
So Guildenstern and Rosencrantz go to it.
Why, man, they did make love to this employment. They are not near my conscience. Their debate doth by their own insinuation grow. 'Tis dangerous when the baser nature comes between the pass and fell incensed points of mighty opposites.
Why, what a king is this?
Does it not, thinks thee, stand me now upon? He that hath killed my king and whored my mother, popped in between the election and my hopes, thrown out his angle from my proper life, and with such cozenage. Is not perfect conscience to quit him with this arm, and is not to be damned to let this canker of our nature come in further evil?
It must be shortly known to him from England what is the issue of the business there.
It will be short. The interim's mine, and a man's life no more than to say one. But I am very sorry, good Horatio, that to Laertes I forgot myself. For by the image of my cause I see the portraiture of his. I'll court his favors. But sure the bravery of his grief did put me into a towering passion.
Peace, who comes here?
Oh,
Your lordship is right welcome back to Denmark.
I humbly thank you, sir. Dost know this waterfly?
No, my good lord.
Thy state is the more gracious, for 'tis a vice to know him. He hath much land and fertile. Let a beast be lord of beasts, and his crib shall stand to the king's mess. 'Tis a chuff, but, as I say, spacious in the possession of dirt.
Sweet lord, if your friendship were at leisure, I should impart a thing to you from his majesty.
I will receive it, sir, with all diligence of spirit. Put your bonnet to its right use. 'Tis for the head.
Oh, I thank your lordship. 'Tis very hot.
No, believe me, 'tis very cold. The wind is northerly.
It is indifferent cold, my lord, indeed.
Methinks 'tis very sultry and hot for my complexion.
Exceedingly, my lord. It is very sultry as 'twere, I cannot tell how. But my lord, his majesty bade me signify to you that he has laid a great wager on your head. Sir, this is the matter.
I beseech you, sir. Remember?
Nay, in good faith, for my knees, in good faith. Sir, you are not ignorant of what excellence Laertes has at his weapon?
What is his weapon?
Rapier and dagger?
That's two of his weapons, but well?
The Sir King has waged with him 6 Barbary horses against the which he's imponed, as I take it, 6 French rapiers and poniards, with their assigns as girdle hangers or so. 3 of the carriages in faith are very dear to fancy, very responsive to the hilts, most delicate carriages and very liberal conceit.
What call you the carriages?
The carriages are the hangers.
The phrase would be more germane to the matter if we could carry cannon by our sides. I would it might be hangers till then. But on. 6 Barbary horses against 6 French swords. There are signs and 3 liberal conceited carriages. That's the French butt against the Danish. Why is this imponed, as you call it?
The king, sir, hath laid that in a dozen passes between you and him, he shall not exceed you 3 hits. He hath 1/12 for mine, and that would come to immediate trial if your lordship would vouchsafe the answer.
How if I answer no?
I mean, my lord, the opposition of your person in trial.
Sir, I will walk here in the hall. If it please his majesty, 'tis the breathing time of day with me. Let the foils be brought, the gentleman willing, and the king hold his purpose. I will win for him if I can. If not, I'll gain nothing but my shame and the odd hits.
Shall I redeliver to you e'en so?
To this effect, sir, after what flourish your nature will.
I commend me to your duty, to duty, your lordship.
Yours. He does well to commend it himself. There are no tongues else for his tongue.
This lapwing runs away with the shell on his head.
He did comply with his dug afore he sucked it. Thus had he, and many more of the same bevy that I know the drossy age dotes on, only got the tune of the time and outward habit of encounter, a kind of yesty collection which carries them through and through the most fond and winnowed opinions, and do but blow them to their trials. The bubbles are out.
You'll lose this wager, my lord.
I do not think so. Since he went into France, I have been in continual practice. I shall win, at the odds. But thou wouldst not think how all hear about my heart. But 'tis no matter.
Nay, good my lord.
It is but foolery. But it is such a kind of gain-giving as would perhaps trouble a woman.
If your mind dislike anything, obey. I will forestall their rapier hither and say you are not fit.
Not a whit. We defy augury. There's a special providence in the fall of a sparrow. If it be now, 'tis not to come. If it be not to come, it will be now. If it be not now, yet it will come. The readiness is all. Since no man has aught of what he leaves, what is to leave betimes?
Come, Hamlet, come, and take this hand from me.
Give me your pardon, sir. I have done you wrong, but pardon it as you are a gentleman. This presence knows, and you must needs have heard, how I am punished with a sore distraction. What I have done that might your nature and exception roughly awake, I here proclaim was madness. Was Hamlet wronged, Laertes? Never Hamlet. If Hamlet from himself be ta'en away, and when he's not himself does wrong Laertes, then Hamlet does it not. Hamlet denies it. Who does it then? His madness. If it be so, Hamlet is of the faction that is wronged. His madness is poor Hamlet's enemy. Sir, in this audience, let my disclaiming from a purposed evil free me so far in your most generous thoughts, that I have shot mine arrow o'er the house and hurt my mother.
satisfied in nature, whose motive in this case should stir me most to my revenge. But in my terms of honor, I stand aloof, and will no reconcilement till by some elder masters of known honor I have a voice, and president of peace to keep my name ungorged. But till that time, I do receive your offered love like love, and will not wrong it.
I do embrace it freely, and will this brother's wager frankly play. Give us the foils, come on.
Come, one for me.
I'll be your foil, Laertes. In mine ignorance, your skill shall, like a star in the darkest night, stick fiery off indeed.
You mock me, sir.
No, by this hand.
Give them the foils, young Osric. Cousin Hamlet, you know the wager.
Very well, my lord. Your grace hath laid the odds on the weaker side.
Well, I do not fear it. I have seen you both, but since he is bettered, we have therefore odds.
Mm-hmm.
It's too heavy. Let me see another.
This likes me well. These foils have all the length.
Aye, my good lord.
Set me the stoops of wine upon that table. If Hamlet gives the first or second hit, the quote and answer of the third exchange, let all the battlements their ordnance fire. The king shall drink to Hamlet's better breath, and in the cup of union shall he throw richer than that which 4 successive kings in Denmark's crown have worn. Give me the cups. And let the kettle to the trumpets speak, the trumpet to the cannoneer, without the cannons to the heavens to earth. Now the king drinks to Hamlet. Come, begin. And you, the judges, bear a wary eye.
Come on, sir.
Come on, sir.
Ha! One!
No!
Judgment!
A hit, a very palpable hit.
Again!
Stay, give me a drink. Hamlet, this pearl is thine. Here's to thy health. Give him the cup.
I'll play this bout first. Set it by a while. Come! Ha! Another hit. What say you?
A touch I do confess.
Ha!
Our son shall win.
He's fat and scant of breath. Here's a napkin, rub thy brows. The queen carouses to thy fortune, Hamlet.
Good madam.
Gertrude, do not drink.
I will, my lord. Oh. Come, let me wipe thy face.
It is a poisoned cup. It is too late.
I dare not drink it, madam. By and by.
I'll wipe thy face.
My lord, I'll hit him now.
Do not think it.
And yet 'tis almost against my conscience.
Come for the third, Laertes. You do but dally. I pray you pass with your best violence. I'm afraid you make a wanton of me.
Say so. Come on.
Nothing, neither way.
Have at you now.
Part them! Part them! They are incensed!
Nay, come again!
Look to the queen now. Oh!
I bleed on both sides. How is it, my lord?
How is Laertes?
Why, here's a woodcock to mine spridge. Osric, I am justly killed with mine own treachery.
How does the queen?
She sounds to see them bleed.
Oh, no, the drink. Oh, my dear Hamlet, the drink. The drink. I am poisoned.
Oh, villainy. Oh. Let the door be locked! Treachery! Stake it out!
It is here, Hamlet. Hamlet, Thou art slain. No medicine in the world can do thee good. And in thee there is not a half an hour of life. The treacherous instrument is in thy hand. Unbaited and envenomed, the foul practice have turned itself on me. Lo, here I lie, never to rise again. Thy mother's poisoned. I can no more. The king's to blame.
The point envenomed too. Then venom to thy work!
Treason! Treason!
Defense! I am but hurt!
Oh, thou incestuous, murderous, damned Dane! Drink off this potion! Is the union in here? Follow my mother!
If justly served, it is a poison tempered by himself. Exchange forgiveness with me, noble Hamlet. Mine and my father's death come not upon thee, nor thine on me.
Heaven make thee free of it. I follow thee. I am dead, Horatio. Wretched queen, adieu. You that look pale and tremble at this chance, that are but mutes or audience to this act. Had I but time, as this fell Sergeant Death is strict in his arrest, oh, I could tell you. But let it be. Horatio, I am dead. Thou livest. Report me and my cause aright to the unsatisfied.
Never believe it. I am more an antique Roman than a Dane. Here's yet some liquor left.
Dost thou, a man, give me the cup? Let go, by heaven! I'll have it! Oh, 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 good Horatio. What a wounded name things standing thus unknown shall live behind me. If thou didst ever hold me in thy heart, absent thee from felicity a while, and in this harsh world draw thy breath in pain to tell my story. What warlike noise is this?
Young Fortinbras, with conquest come from Poland to the ambassadors of England, gives this warlike volley.
Oh, I die, Horatio. The potent poison quite o'ergrows my spirit. I cannot live to hear the news from England, but I do prophesy. The election lights on Fortinbras. He has my dying voice. So tell him, with the occurrence more and less, which have solicited. The rest is silence.
Now cracks a noble heart. Good night, sweet prince, and flights of angels sing thee to thy rest. Why does the drum come hither?
Where is the sight?
What is it ye would see? If aught of woe or wonder, cease your search.
His quarry cries on havoc. Oh, proud death! What feast is toward in thine eternal cell, that so many princes at a shoot so bloodily hath struck? You're muted, Tony.
The sight is dismal, and our affairs from England come too late. The ears are senseless that should give us hearing, to tell him his commandment is fulfilled, that Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead. Where should we have our thanks?
Not from his mouth had it the ability of life to thank you. He never gave commandment for their death. But since so jump upon this bloody question, you from the Pollock wars, and you from England are here arrived, give order that these bodies high on a stage be placed to the view, and let me speak to the yet unknowing world how these things came about. So shall you hear of carnal, bloody, and unnatural acts, of accidental judgments, casual slaughters, of deaths put on by cunning and forced cause, and in this upshot, purposes mistook, fallen on the inventors' heads. All this can I truly deliver.
Let us haste to hear it, and call the noblest to the audience. For me, with sorrow, I embrace my fortune. I have some rights of memory in this kingdom, which are to claim my vantage doth invite me.
Of that I shall have always cause to speak. And from his mouth, whose voice will draw on more. But let this same be presently performed, even while men's minds are wild, lest more mischance on plots and errors happen.
Let 4 captains bear Hamlet like a soldier to the stage, for he was likely, had he been put on, to prove most royally. And for his passage, the soldiers' music and rites of war speak loudly for him. Take up the body, such a sight as this becomes the field, but here's shows much amiss. Go bid the soldiers shoot. Excellent marching, end of play. All right, very good, everyone. Okay.
That was fun.
It was, yeah. Marin, I loved your Osric. I've never seen it done quite so callowly before. It's really great.
I love Osric too. It's such a great part. You did Osric before in another reading. It was hilarious. Did you do Osric in the previous reading? Yeah, it's a fun part.
I love it. It's so much fun. Well, I did like the Bernardo, Lucianus the Poisoner, and Churlish Priest in an all-female Hamlet that was over 30 years ago in New York. But so it was a lot of fun.
Well, besides Hamlet, Osric and the Gravediggers are really the comic relief. I mean, Hamlet has some great comedy too, but you need it.
Brooklyn Gravedigger, wonderful.
I love him too.
I loved it.
Very
too.
nice job, everyone. Well done. I enjoyed listening to it while I was delivering the rounds. Of course, now it's dark out, but good job. Thank you.
Wow.
I'm promoting our.
The more I hear
our
this play,
attendees
the
to
more I think
panelists if they
Hamlet
want.
is the bad guy.
I don't think. See, I know that's the new thing now. Everybody's calling Hamlet the bad guy. I don't think so at all. He didn't kill anybody when you really think of it.
He did.
Polonius?
Only Polonius is self-defense.
Polonius.
But
Well, he's got-
Rosencrantz
he's got-
killed him? That was not
Come on.
self-defense.
No, he
Like Kyle
sent them
Rittenhouse.
to them. Listen, they were out to get him. He was defending himself. I don't think he's
They
the bad
didn't
guy.
know. How did they know that was their orders? They were carrying sealed orders from the king. The king didn't tell them that they were going to
He
kill
had
Hamlet.
reason to mistrust them as soon as they came on the king's behalf. He had
They
reason.
were
But that's not
actually being
excuse
good
to kill them.
friends.
I'm on
There
Hamlet's
are-
side.
No,
I'm on Hamlet's
more
side.
the more I read this, the more I hear this play, the more it's like I don't know. Everything was going fine. Hello, he hands over Denmark to Fortinbras at the end, whereas Claudius had everything in hand. Politically
Right.
speaking,
It really does.
it's a
There was
mess.
no one left in the royal family. Who was going to
Yeah,
take
well,
his
thank
place?
you, Hamlet.
You know what I would love to see? I would love to, if there isn't one already, tell me if there is, but if Hamlet had survived and was put on trial, I want to
Oh
hear.
God.
Actually,
Lawyers
I can
argue.
help you. I can help you with that because the I think it was either the Royal Shakespeare Company or the Stratford Festival did a series of on-stage presentations in which they argued Hamlet's case before an actual judge.
Oh, I'd love to see that.
As
Love-
far as I'm the
If you send me your email address, I'll send you the video.
Absolutely.
Claudius made deals with Fortinbras ahead of time. That's why the whole thing happened. That's my feeling of that.
Polonius didn't make any deals with him.
Claudius made deals with Fortinbras ahead of
The
time.
only deal he made was to give him safe passage across Denmark because he was headed for Poland to fight.
Right.
But that's
Right.
it.
It was a politically
He
astute
wasn't going to
move.
give
It
up
wasn't-
Denmark
wasn't
to
treachery.
But the other version had that scene with Polonius and the king.
What's in the private business says he doesn't want Voltima and Cornelius to see at the beginning. He says, don't concern yourself with anything but these articles. Why would he be so concerned about that?
There's no indication that there's anything that it's just
Yeah.
very direct.
He was ordered. He was
that's what I thought,
asking
too.
Norway to rein his nephew in, to keep him because Fortinbras's expedition against Denmark was entirely against Norway's wishes.
Except that 2 times, and then when they come back, he says, fine. He says, you did good. He says, I'll look over these letters later. Meanwhile, you two go have a good time.
It means that the letter was from Norway. It wasn't from Fortinbras.
And it was but it was nobody's business but the king and whoever he was corresponding with. That's how I see this play. I see this as pure treason, and Hamlet was totally tricked. But that's.
Oh, okay, but you can't excuse his treatment of Ophelia. He's a bastard to her.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Well, you know why? He's taking it out, his anger at his mother on Ophelia. He feels totally betrayed. I mean, his mother goes and she marries this guy, his uncle, a month afterwards. I mean, come on. What kind of a woman is she?
We have a misconception that Hamlet has mother issues. I think more and more that he's got daddy issues. Well,
whatever it is, he feels extremely betrayed by his mother at that point that she could marry his uncle a month after his father is dead. And, he doesn't know that he's killed yet, but, and then to find out afterwards that he's been killed, I mean, come on, that's a big deal.
Well, don't forget
Got a lot to be pissed and angry
that
about.
Ophelia does betray him. I mean, he gave and during the nunnery scene, he gives her opportunity after opportunity to be straight with him. I mean, she knows that her father's hiding behind ours, and Hamlet says directly to her, "Where's your father?"
He can't trust anybody. Right. He can't trust anybody.
He was ever really straight with her.
Yeah, the only person he can trust is Horatio, and maybe Marcellus and Bernardo, because he's sworn them to secrecy.
Right.
Bernardo is real smart. He gets himself the hell out of that situation by not showing up the next night.
Well, it depends
Probably
on which
doubling
production
another
you like.
part. I think actually it's possible that the actor who played Ophelia would then play Osric.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Definitely.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That would work, yeah.
And I even have my own feelings about Horatio, but maybe we shouldn't go into that. Huh?
Please don't, because I think I know where you're going with that one.
Well, on that note,
There is somebody
will,
else. I
say
finally met a
goodbye,
scholar.
everyone. This was wonderful
There's a
fun.
scholar on air who also questions Horatio's motives.
Let's gloss over that one for now.
Poor Horatio. What a wounded name.
He was as they said in CSI Miami, Horatio was the first CSI in history. Yes, in the crossover in the first crossover episode between the original CSI and CSI Miami, when the two CSI Las Vegas personnel come to Miami to look for a missing kid, he tells the kid Horatio was the name of the first CSI.
What's a CSI?
Crime scene investigator.
Crime scene investigator.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh.
Okay,
Sorry,
so
I'm just stopping the recording. That's all.
Okay. Whew, whew. Let me say, dying is hard these days.
You did such a great job. I love watching you die.
Especially in a room surrounded by heat